Hello there, welcome to Nighttime Stories. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Now it's time to unwind. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. Before you get cozy, I'd love for you to like this video and subscribe. It helps bring more bedtime stories your way. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin. When I moved into the neighborhood, I told myself I needed a fresh start. My lease had ended, my job went remote, and I was finally free to live wherever I wanted. I picked a quiet street tucked just outside town, not too rural, but far enough from the noise that I could hear the wind at night. The house was older, nothing fancy, with a crooked mailbox and fading green shutters, but it felt right, peaceful. The first week was calm. I unpacked boxes slowly, hung up curtains, tried to get used to the creaks in the floorboards. I didn't know anyone yet, which I figured was normal. It wasn't the kind of place where people rushed over with baked goods. I waved at a few neighbors who walked dogs or watered their lawns, but mostly everyone kept to themselves. Except for her. She introduced herself on my third day, said her name was Margaret. She lived 2 houses down, small frame, messy gray hair pulled back with a clip, always wearing a heavy cardigan, even when it was warm. She brought over a small tin of lemon cookies and told me she used to make them for the woman who lived here before me. They were her favorite, she said, handing me the tin. I thought you might like them too. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. I thanked her, and we chatted for a few minutes at my door. She asked where I came from, what I did, whether I liked the quiet out here. I asked about the neighborhood. She didn't say much, just that it was a peaceful place with good bones. After that, she started showing up more. I'd see her in the morning, standing at the edge of her yard with a mug of tea, staring out toward the woods. No phone, no book, no dog. Just standing. Watching. Sometimes I'd wave. Sometimes she wouldn't wave back. One morning I caught her sitting on the curb across from my house. She was hunched forward, cardigan wrapped tight around her shoulders, eyes fixed on my porch. I stepped outside just to see if she'd say something. She looked up, blinked once, and smiled like we were old friends. "Lovely morning," she said. Then she stood and walked away. It would have been weird on its own, but these moments kept stacking. She'd appear and disappear like a flicker in my peripheral vision. Sometimes I'd swear I heard her voice, soft and low, as I passed her house, talking to herself, whispering. I couldn't tell. One evening, just before sunset, I heard something strange. I was in my kitchen washing dishes when I heard a loud creak from the back of the house. I froze, listening, nothing. I stepped down the hall slowly, not wanting to spook myself for no reason. The back door was locked, curtains still drawn, but outside, just beyond the fence, I saw movement, someone slipping between the trees. It was Margaret. She was dragging something, a black bag, heavy and long. Her back was to me, and she moved slowly, like whatever was in the bag didn't want to be moved. I didn't breathe. I just stood there, hands still damp from the sink, heart tapping hard in my chest. She didn't look back. She disappeared into the woods. I didn't sleep much that night. I sat up in bed, lights off, listening for any sound out of place. At one point I got up and double-checked all the doors and windows, even the ones I never opened. The next morning, I saw her outside again. Same cardigan, same crooked smile. She waved. I didn't wave back. That's when the small things started disappearing. At first I thought I was just being forgetful. A pair of keys that weren't on the hook, a photo that had been moved, a small figurine from my nightstand that I found days later under the bathroom sink. Nothing big, nothing valuable, just off. Then I noticed the tea. I'd left a cup on the counter before going out for a walk. When I came back, the cup was still there, but it had been moved 3 inches to the left. I hadn't touched it, and the tea was still warm. That was when I bought cameras. 2 small motion-triggered ones, one for the front door, one for the back. I didn't tell anyone, didn't post about it online. I just needed to know. I needed proof I wasn't going crazy. That night, I sat in the living room with the television on low and the camera feed open on my phone. Nothing happened. Until just past 2 in the morning. The back camera lit up first, movement detected. I sat bolt upright, staring at the screen. It was Margaret. She was standing just beyond the porch light, arms at her sides, head tilted slightly like she was trying to hear something inside. She stayed there for maybe 30 seconds. Then she turned and left, slowly, like she knew I was watching. I checked the door, still locked. The next day, I walked to her house. I wasn't sure what I was going to say. Part of me just needed to see her up close, maybe catch some sign of guilt. But when I knocked on the door, no one answered. I knocked again. Then again. Still nothing. Her mailbox was empty. The porch looked dusty, curtains drawn, no sound. I walked back home feeling something I hadn't let myself feel since moving in. Fear. That afternoon I went to ask one of the other neighbors, the woman who lived across the street. I kept it casual, asked how long Margaret had lived there. She looked at me like I was speaking a different language. Who? Margaret, 2 houses down. She said she's lived here a while. The woman frowned. That house has been empty for years. My stomach dropped. No, that's not possible. She brought me cookies. She was just outside yesterday. The woman shook her head. You sure you're not thinking of someone else? I didn't answer. I just stood there, nodding like I agreed, but my hands had gone cold. When I got back home, I pulled up the camera footage again, watched the clip from the night before. She was there, standing at the edge of the porch, watching. But when I checked the footage from the front camera, nothing. No one had ever arrived. No one had ever left. And when I checked the earlier days, no footage, no trace of her ever walking by, no record of her knocking on my door, no video of her dropping off those cookies. It was like she had never existed. But I still had the tin. And inside it, 1 lemon cookie left. Still fresh, still soft. And the smell? It wasn't lemon anymore. It was something else entirely. I didn't eat the last cookie. I threw it away. but even that felt strange, like it didn't want to be tossed out. I stood over the trash can with my hand hovering for a few seconds longer than I meant to, staring at it. The smell had changed. That much I know. At first it was lemon, crisp and light, like fresh zest. But that morning it had a heavy, sour note, like something had turned inside it. Not spoiled, just wrong. After dropping the tin into the garbage, I washed my hands 3 times. I couldn't stop thinking about what the woman across the street said, that the house Margaret lived in had been empty for years, that no one by that name lived there. I kept walking by it on purpose, hoping to catch a glimpse of her again. A curtain pulled back, a light left on, but the windows stayed dark. The porch looked dustier every time I passed it. Like no one had touched anything in weeks. Even the mailbox hadn't moved. And yet, I had seen her. I had talked to her. She brought cookies. She smiled. She stood at the edge of my yard for hours. I started questioning myself. I checked the video footage again, frame by frame. Margaret's figure was still there, standing at the edge of the porch, motionless. The porch light created just enough of a halo to catch her outline, but her face was turned away from the camera. When I tried zooming in, the image blurred into pixels, no defining features. No eyes or mouth, just the vague shape of a woman who wasn't supposed to exist. That day, I drove to the hardware store and bought extra locks. By nightfall, I had secured both doors with interior bolts. I even put a bar under the back doorknob, the kind meant for hotel rooms. I didn't care if it was overkill. Something had changed, and I didn't feel safe anymore. The house didn't feel like mine. I started hearing things. At first it was small, a tap on the window, a creak in the hallway, a soft shuffling sound near the vents. The kind of things you can brush off if you try hard enough. But then I started waking up with the covers folded down, not kicked off, not tossed to the side, folded neatly, as if someone had pulled them back carefully while I slept. Once, I found a hair on my pillow. Gray, long, curled slightly at the end. I don't have gray hair. The police were no help. I didn't even know what I was reporting. A neighbor that no one remembers who might be breaking into my house to move my blankets and leave hair behind. They'd laugh me off the phone. So I said nothing. I told no one. The only person I considered talking to was the mailman. He was quiet but friendly, usually passing through around 11 each morning. That day, I caught him as he was walking up the street. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual, "do you happen to know who lives in that house?" I pointed to Margaret's. He looked over, tilted his head. "Hasn't been occupied since I started this route, maybe 10 years. Place is still listed as vacant far as I know." "You're sure?" I asked. "Pretty sure. Never had a delivery there." I nodded. "Right. Okay. Just curious." I didn't ask anything else. That night I dreamed I was standing in my living room with all the lights off. Something moved past the windows. I tried to look, but my body wouldn't turn. I could only stare straight ahead. There was a knocking sound, soft, like fingertips on glass, and then I felt someone breathing on the back of my neck. When I woke up, I was sitting on the couch. Lights on, television off. It was 3:12 in the morning, and the front door was unlocked. I never leave it unlocked. That was the night I called a locksmith. The next day, I had them change every lock in the house. I didn't mention why. Just paid the bill, nodded, and double-checked everything myself once they left. I even installed a door chime on the back entrance, the kind that dings when the door opens, no matter how quietly. I needed proof, something real, something solid. That afternoon, I went into Margaret's backyard. It felt like a stupid idea, even while I was doing it, but part of me needed to know, was she ever really there? Had I made her up? Was I losing it? The grass was overgrown, tangled around a few old paving stones. The porch steps were sagging, the paint peeling back in strips. I walked around to the side, trying to look through the windows. All of them were covered. One of them had tape across the inside, crisscrossed, like it had been reinforced against something, or sealed. I found myself staring at the basement door. It was on the side of the house, half buried in the ground, metal double doors chained shut with an old rusted padlock. My stomach tightened just looking at it. Something about the way the door sank into the soil, the way the weeds around it bent inward, it made my skin crawl. I didn't try to open it. I turned and left without looking back. That night, I heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate, 2 steps, then silence, then 2 more. I was downstairs, curled on the couch, holding my phone in both hands. I hadn't been upstairs in hours, and I was alone. I turned off the television and held my breath. The steps moved again across the hallway. Then they stopped. Then they moved again, faster this time, back and forth, as if pacing. I didn't go up. I didn't even move. I stayed on the couch until daylight started leaking through the curtains. When I finally forced myself to go up, nothing was there. Nothing had been moved. Except for one thing. In the middle of my bed was a tin, small, silver, just like the one from before. And inside, another lemon cookie. Still warm. I didn't touch the cookie. I stood there for a long time, staring at the tin in the middle of my bed like it might move, like it was breathing. The surface was slightly fogged, like it had been closed over something hot. I hadn't baked anything. I hadn't opened my front door in over 12 hours. The tin wasn't mine. I used a towel to pick it up and set it on the floor of the hallway. Then I closed my bedroom door and didn't go back in for the rest of the day. Something was in my house. Or someone. That thought kept replaying over and over like a broken loop. Not just the obvious question of how, but why. Why the cookies? Why the strange silence? Why the small movements, the shifts in objects, the hair on my pillow? I started making a list. I needed to know what had changed, what had been taken, what had been moved. The list grew fast, too fast. A scarf I kept on a wall hook had been moved to the closet. A bottle of shampoo was now 1/3 empty, even though I hadn't used it in a week. A ring that used to sit in a dish near the bathroom mirror was gone. 2 spoons were missing, not forks, not knives, just spoons. None of it made sense. It wasn't like someone had broken in to rob me. If they had, why not take the television, my laptop, jewelry? It was like they wanted me to know they had been there. Or worse, like they wanted to be part of my life. I started locking my bedroom door at night. I kept my phone charged and under my pillow. I bought a cheap baby monitor and pointed it at the stairs, listening for any noise while I tried to sleep. And still, I'd wake up in strange positions, blankets gone, socks missing, the faint smell of something sweet lingering in the air. Not just lemon anymore. Now it was lavender, and something deeper beneath it, something like rot. I stopped sleeping altogether after I saw the door open. It was 3:17 in the morning. I remember the time exactly because I'd started logging things, writing everything down, every sound, every movement, every anomaly. I'd just finished noting the faint creaking noise near the kitchen when I looked up and saw my bedroom door slowly pushing open. I had locked it. Deadbolt, interior latch. It opened soundlessly. No footsteps, no breathing, just the door, swinging inward an inch, then another. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My phone was already in my hand, but my fingers felt useless, numb. The door stopped halfway, stayed there. I sat like that until morning. When the sun finally rose, the door was still ajar, and the hallway was empty. The bolt was still in place, like it had never been touched. By now, I had stopped telling myself I was imagining things. I stopped calling it paranoia. This was real, and I was alone in it. When I tried reaching out casually, at first it didn't go well. I texted a friend back in the city and said something vague about feeling off. I said I was having trouble adjusting to the new place. Maybe the quiet was messing with my head. She responded with a shrug emoji and told me to come visit if I needed noise. I didn't reply. I couldn't explain it, not without sounding unwell, not without sounding like I was losing my mind. That evening, I tried to distract myself with errands. I hadn't left the house in days. I needed groceries, needed to breathe air that hadn't been filtered through fear. I forced myself out the door, keys in one hand, phone in the other. I paused at the end of the driveway. Margaret's house was still dark, still silent. The curtains hadn't moved since the day I walked into her backyard, but there was something on the porch now. Another tin. This one was open. Inside was a single sock. My sock. I got in my car and left without looking back. At the store, I wandered like a sleepwalker, picking things off shelves I didn't need. I couldn't focus. Every time someone passed me in the aisle, I jumped. Every time the loudspeaker crackled, I flinched. I didn't even realize I had been crying until I saw my reflection in the freezer door. That's when I decided to leave. I abandoned the cart and walked straight out. Back home, everything was quiet, too quiet. I left the groceries in the car. I just wanted to go upstairs and sleep. Even an hour would be enough. But when I opened the door to the bedroom, something stopped me cold. There was a blanket on the bed I didn't recognize. Old, faded, knitted by hand, pale yellow with tiny blue flowers stitched into the corners. I hadn't brought that blanket into this house. I hadn't seen it before in my life. I backed out of the room and closed the door. I didn't sleep that night either. Instead, I searched public records, property history, old census data, utility records, anything I could find connected to Margaret or the house, 2 doors down. After hours of digging, I found something. A newspaper clipping from 1992. The scan was poor and the image grainy, but the headline was clear. Woman found dead in locked home after neighbors report strange behavior. The article described a woman in her 60s, lived alone, talked to herself, rarely left the house. The neighbors said she had started sitting outside at night, staring at people's windows. Police found her in a chair near the front door, hands folded, eyes open. Her name was Margaret Holloway. The photo showed a blurry woman in a cardigan. It was her. The same face I had seen outside my house, the same voice that had told me about lemon cookies, the same woman who had stood at the edge of the trees, dragging something heavy into the dark. I sat frozen in front of the screen, barely able to blink. She had died over 30 years ago. But she was here. In the walls, in the halls, in my bed. And no one else remembered her, because they had forgotten, or because they had been made to forget. But I hadn't. And I was starting to think that was the problem. I printed the article and folded it into my journal, right next to the list of missing items and strange occurrences. It felt like the only tether to reality I had left. A name, a face, proof. Margaret Holloway had lived here. She had died in that house. And now she was, what, haunting me? I couldn't say the word without hearing how insane it sounded. Haunting. It felt theatrical, like something from a bad movie. But what other explanation was there? How could someone who had died 30 years ago bring me cookies? How could she walk across my lawn at night and leave things in my house? The logic didn't hold, but my fear didn't care. That night I didn't lock my bedroom door. I didn't set up cameras. I didn't barricade myself with pillows and blankets and false hope. I just sat on the floor in the living room, back pressed against the wall, lights off, eyes wide. If something was going to happen, I wanted to see it. Hours passed. Sometime after 2, I heard footsteps upstairs again. Not the slow pacing from before. These were softer, closer. They moved from room to room like someone browsing a store, and then they stopped. Above me. Directly above. I stayed perfectly still, holding my breath until my chest hurt. I knew if I moved, whatever was up there would hear me, know where I was. Maybe it already did. And then, nothing. No movement, no noise. I waited for as long as I could. Eventually, my eyes closed on their own. When I woke, morning light was leaking through the windows, and everything was still. Too still. I went upstairs slowly, checking each room. Nothing had been taken. Nothing had been added. except the blanket was gone. The one I didn't recognize. In its place, on the foot of the bed, was a scarf. My scarf, the one that had gone missing from the wall hook 2 weeks ago. It was folded, neatly, like a gift. I started packing. I didn't care how ridiculous it looked. I stuffed clothes into garbage bags, swept everything off my bathroom counter into a duffel, grabbed my laptop, charger, wallet. I didn't have a plan. I just knew I couldn't stay. But when I opened the front door, Margaret was there. Standing at the edge of the porch, same cardigan, same blank expression. She didn't move, didn't speak, just looked at me. I stared back, frozen, hand still on the doorknob. I wanted to scream, to slam the door, to run, but my feet wouldn't move. Something held me there, not physically, something else. She tilted her head. "You're leaving," she said, more of a statement than a question. I nodded slowly. Her eyes didn't blink. "You shouldn't." The words came flat, not threatening, not kind, just certain. "I have to," I said. My voice came out hoarse. She looked past me, into the house, like she could see through the walls. "They always leave," she whispered. And then she turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner of the porch like smoke. I didn't move for another 5 minutes. Then I slammed the door, locked it behind me, and sank to the floor. I didn't leave that day, or the next. I don't know why. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was fear of what I might see out there. Maybe it was something else entirely, something inside the house that wanted me to stay. I started dreaming in pieces. Quick, jarring flashes: Margaret's face in the mirror behind me, hands reaching from the walls, the sound of Peter Pan playing softly in another room, even though I didn't own a copy. One night I dreamed I was in the basement of her house, even though I had never been inside. It was cold, narrow, lit by a single bare bulb that flickered above a rusted sink. She was there, standing in the corner, smiling. "You looked," she said. I woke up gasping. After that, I taped a sheet over every mirror in the house. The more I tried to ignore it, the more it escalated. Now the lights flickered. The television turned on by itself, always static. My phone would buzz with messages I hadn't received, then go dead the moment I tried to read them. At night, I started hearing whispers under the floorboards, just below the range of words, like a language I almost understood. And the worst part? Things started returning. The ring I'd lost 3 weeks ago was on the bathroom counter. The spoons were back in the drawer. A book I hadn't seen since the day I moved in was now on my nightstand, open to a page with a note scrawled in the margin. "We forget what we keep." I started to feel like I wasn't just being haunted. I was being absorbed. One night I tried to reach out again. I found a therapist online who took emergency sessions. I didn't give many details, just said I'd moved somewhere new and things didn't feel right. She asked for my address. I gave it to her. There was a long pause. "Are you sure that's correct?" "Yes." "You said you just moved there?" "Yes." That property has been listed vacant for nearly a decade. There shouldn't be anyone living there. I hung up. When I checked the county records the next day, she was right. The listing was still marked unoccupied. As far as the world knew, no one had lived here in years. That night, I opened the door to Margaret's house. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to know how deep this went. Maybe I needed to face it head on. I told myself I would just look inside, nothing more. The door wasn't locked. The air inside was dry and thick, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. The wallpaper was peeling. The floors creaked under every step. I moved through the front room slowly, flashlight in hand, heart beating fast. There were no photos, no furniture, just a chair in the middle of the room facing the wall. I turned toward the hallway. That's when I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Slow, then closer, then a whisper. You looked, and everything went dark. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on my living room floor. The front door was wide open. The same cold morning light was leaking in through the windows, pale and thin, like it hadn't fully decided to rise. My clothes were covered in dust, as if I'd been crawling through an attic. My throat ached like I'd been screaming, but the house was silent. For a second, I didn't remember how I got there. Then it came back, the door, Margaret's house, the chair, the whisper. You looked. I closed the front door slowly, locked it, then turned and leaned against it until my knees gave out. I sat there for hours, trying to figure out what had happened, if it had happened. But the dirt on my jeans, the rawness in my chest, the sharp ache behind my eyes, they were all real. I went upstairs to shower. As soon as I turned on the water, I saw the writing on the mirror. It was faint, written in something oily, like old fingerprints dragged across the glass, but I could still read it. You're remembering. That was the beginning of the unraveling. At first it was little things. Familiar items I had forgotten suddenly reappeared, only off. The shirt I lost in college, found folded in the back of my dresser. A notebook from high school that I swore I'd thrown away, now sitting on the desk with a page torn out. A framed photo of me with friends, but their faces were smudged, slightly blurred, like something had passed over them. It wasn't just the house anymore. It was me. My sense of self, my sense of time began slipping. I'd walk into a room and forget why. I'd reach for something I didn't remember needing. Entire hours vanished into nothing. I started hearing my own voice in other rooms, quiet, mimicking me, not speaking exactly, just echoing. I kept trying to journal, to keep track, to give the days shape and weight. But even the pages began changing. One morning I found whole sentences I didn't remember writing. A full page, written in block letters that just said, "Stay inside, stay inside, stay inside." I didn't know if it was a warning or a command. Outside, the street was changing too. The neighbors were no longer waving, not because they were avoiding me, but because I didn't see them at all. Lawns were overgrown, cars disappeared. At night, every window was dark. The mail stopped coming. The world had narrowed to just me and the house. And Margaret. She didn't appear much anymore. Not physically, but she was there, always. I could feel her. In the air, in the corners of the room, in the way the lights dimmed when I said her name. Sometimes I'd catch her scent lemon and lavender right behind me. Then things got worse. One night, I was jolted awake by the sound of crying. It was faint, like it was coming through the walls. I followed the sound down the stairs, flashlight in hand. The crying stopped the moment I stepped into the living room. And then I saw it. A small handprint on the inside of the window. Child-sized. Pressed into the glass like someone had been reaching out from within. I fell backward, nearly dropping the flashlight. When I got closer, it was gone. No smudge, no mark, just my own reflection staring back at me, pale and wide-eyed and unfamiliar. I called my friend again the next day, the same one from the city. I didn't even try to explain it anymore. I just begged her to come get me, said I wasn't safe. Said I thought something was wrong with the house, with me, with everything. She paused. "What house?" she asked. "My house," I said. "The one I moved into 2 months ago." There was a beat of silence. "You moved?" I sat down slowly. "What do you mean?" "You never told me you moved," she said. "You said you were staying in the city. That's why I was surprised when you stopped texting." "No," I whispered. "I told you. I sent photos." There was another pause. "I never got them." We hung up not long after that. I stared at the phone for a long time, checked my texts. Nothing. The photos I was sure I'd sent were gone. The text threads looked different, shorter. It was like I'd never told anyone I was here at all. Like I'd been erased from the world a little at a time. That night, I went back into Margaret's house. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. Something in me knew it was the only way to understand. Or maybe I wasn't choosing anymore. Maybe it had been pulling me there since the beginning. The door was already open. The inside was the same as before, dusty, abandoned, silent. But the air felt thicker now, like something alive was pressing down against the walls. The chair was still there, facing the wall. But now, there was something on it. A cardigan. The same one Margaret always wore. Folded neatly across the seat. And next to it, on the floor, a stack of tins. All empty. I knelt beside them slowly. There were 5 tins. Each one dented, old, the paint faded. Inside one of them was a photo. Of me, sitting on my own porch, smiling. Taken from across the street. I backed away and nearly tripped over the rug. That's when I saw the trap door. It was half hidden, the wood warped and soft, like no one had opened it in years. There was no lock, just a small handle. I stood there, frozen. I knew what was waiting. Something in the dark. Something forgotten. And I could feel it now like a current underneath the floorboards, like breath on the back of my neck. The house wasn't haunted. It was hungry, and it was remembering me. I didn't open the trap door that night. I stood over it, shaking, the flashlight beam jittering along the edge. My fingers hovered over the handle more than once, but something in me, some buried instinct, pulled back, not out of fear. Not entirely. It was more like reverence, like I had stumbled onto something old and sacred, something that didn't want to be touched. I closed the door gently, laid the cardigan back on the chair, and left Margaret's house for what I told myself would be the last time. When I stepped outside, the street looked different. The air was still, but the leaves no longer moved in the trees. No birds, no wind, no sound. Like the world had been paused while I was inside. Like nothing existed outside of that house until I turned away from it. When I got back into my own house, I felt lightheaded. I locked the door, drew every curtain, and collapsed on the couch. I told myself I would sleep just an hour, just enough to reset my brain. But I didn't sleep. I dreamed. In the dream, I was a child again, walking through a neighborhood that looked almost but not exact like the one I live in now. Everything was off by a few degrees, street signs slightly misspelled, mailboxes leaning the wrong way, houses familiar and wrong all at once. And she was there. Margaret. Not old, not smiling. Just standing in the middle of the road, head tilted like always, hands folded neatly in front of her. Behind her, the houses blinked out, one by one, like lights being turned off. "You see now," she said. And I did. When I woke up, I started cleaning. Not because I thought it would fix anything, but because it felt necessary. I washed every dish, scrubbed the floors, laundered every item of clothing, took down the curtains, swept under the furniture. Noticed how much dust had settled, even though I had only been there 2 months. Except I hadn't. I checked my lease, the one I printed and signed digitally. It had no date, no contact information for the landlord, no address. Just a scanned form with a blank space at the top and my signature at the bottom. I checked my phone again. All my texts were gone. My call log was empty. Even my name in the settings was gone, just a blank line where it used to be. I checked my ID. Same name, same photo, but no address. I looked in the mirror and barely recognized myself. Something had changed, something fundamental. I was still me, but I didn't feel connected to the world anymore, like I had slipped sideways and never came back. I sat down at the kitchen table and tried to call the number I had used for maintenance when I first moved in, the one I saved under landlord. It rang once, then went straight to static. And in the background, faint but clear, I heard a voice. "Don't leave." I dropped the phone. Later that day, I went for a walk. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to see if there was still a world out there. If there were still people, cars, dogs, anything. The further I walked, the more the neighborhood faded behind me. But when I turned the corner at the end of the street, I didn't see the rest of town. Just more houses. Different from the ones behind me, but built in the same style, like variations of the same memory, like someone trying to recreate a place they barely remembered. I kept walking and walking. The loop never ended. Every corner led to more of the same. Eventually, I made it back to my street, though I don't remember turning around. My house stood quietly at the end, still and waiting. Margaret's house was just as I left it. But now, every house had something in front of it. A tin. Small, silver, identical. Each one placed perfectly in the center of every porch. I went inside. I didn't leave again. Days passed, though I don't count them anymore. I stopped writing in my journal. The pages kept changing anyway. Sometimes I'd find entries in handwriting I didn't recognize. Sometimes the journal would be blank. Once, I opened it to a page that just said, "You live here now." The mirrors all show different reflections. Not different people, just different versions of me. Slightly off, tilted heads, crooked smiles, a delay in movement. I keep the mirrors covered now. The power still works. The lights flicker less when I don't say her name. The fridge stays cold. My bed is made every night, even if I don't touch it. Sometimes I wake up with something new on the pillow, a sock, a spoon, a photograph from a vacation I don't remember taking. The trapdoor is still there. I've never opened it. I don't think I need to anymore. Because I understand now. This place, it isn't haunted. It remembers. It pulls things in, people, items, memories. It keeps what the world lets slip through the cracks, forgotten neighbors, lost objects, the people who move away without telling anyone, the moments that never quite made sense. And when it remembers you, when it really remembers you, it doesn't let go. You become part of it. That's what happened to Margaret. And now it's happening to me. But I don't fight it anymore. I make tea in the mornings. I sit on the porch. Sometimes I stare across the street, just like she did, waiting for the next one to arrive. And when they do, I'll welcome them with a tin of cookies, still warm. Solo backpacking had always been my thing. I wasn't the type who needed company on the trail. Some people hated being alone in the woods, but for me, it was peaceful. No distractions, no phone buzzing, just the sound of wind through the trees and the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the dirt. I had done this dozens of times before, picked a remote trail, packed my gear, and set off for a few days of quiet. This trip was supposed to be no different. I had chosen a trail in the backcountry, deep enough into the forest, that I wouldn't see another person for days. The first day had been perfect, the second just as smooth. But on the third day, I found the tent, and that changed everything. I had been hiking since morning, following a narrow, overgrown path that barely qualified as a trail. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest became. The air felt still, not in a peaceful way, but in a way that made my skin prickle. By late afternoon, I decided to start looking for a spot to set up camp. I was about to head toward a clearing when something caught my eye through the trees. A flash of color. I stopped. There, just barely visible between the thick trunks, was a small blue tent. It was tucked away, almost hidden, like someone had intentionally set it up where it wouldn't be easily seen. I hesitated. I hadn't seen a single person in 3 days, not one other hiker, not even old fire pits or signs of recent camping. So why was there a tent out here? I stepped closer. The tent was zipped halfway open, the fabric flapping slightly in the breeze. No movement inside, no sound. I called out, "Hello?" Silence. My pulse picked up. I didn't know what I was expecting. Maybe a sleeping bag, a backpack, some sign that someone had been here recently. But when I crouched down and peered inside, I felt my stomach drop. There was nothing. No gear, no food. Just an empty tent, like whoever had been staying there had packed up and left except for one thing. A map. It was spread out across the floor of the tent, edges curling slightly from the damp air. I reached in and picked it up. It was a basic topographic map of the area, covered in faint pencil markings. I scanned it quickly, my eyes following the lines of the trails, the ridges, the rivers. Then I saw it. A red circle, marking my campsite. I stared. The ink was fresh. Someone had marked my location. My brain scrambled for an explanation. Maybe it was my map. Maybe I had dropped it, and some other hiker had found it and left it here. But I knew that wasn't true. I turned the map over. On the back, in small, uneven handwriting, were 2 words. Still here. A chill ran through me. I dropped the map and backed away from the tent, scanning the trees around me. Nothing moved. No wind, no rustling leaves. But suddenly, I felt exposed, like someone was watching me. I had been alone this whole trip, hadn't I? I turned, my heart hammering, and walked fast in the opposite direction. Not running, not yet, but no longer taking my time either. I needed to get away from there. And for the first time on any of my trips, I felt like I wasn't alone. I hiked faster than I ever had before. My pack was heavy, my legs sore, but I didn't care. I just wanted distance between me and that tent. Between me and whoever had marked my campsite on that map. I made it a few miles before finally stopping to catch my breath. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows across the forest floor. My throat was dry, but I didn't want to stop for long. I pulled out my water bottle, took a quick sip, and forced myself to breathe. Think. I had 3 options. Keep heading deeper into the woods, off trail, and risk getting lost. Turn around and hike back the way I came back toward the tent. Stick to my original route, set up camp, and try to keep moving first thing in the morning. None of them felt great. I glanced at the treetops, trying to judge how much daylight I had left. Maybe an hour, maybe less. I sighed. I wasn't going to make it out of the woods before dark. That much was clear. Fine, I'd keep going, find a new place to set up camp somewhere far from where I was supposed to be. I walked for another 30 minutes before settling on a spot. A small clearing, dense enough that I could see everything around me, with nothing blocking my view. I worked fast, setting up my tent with shaking hands. I didn't bother eating. I wasn't hungry anymore. As the last of the light faded, I climbed inside and zipped it shut. I sat there in the dark, listening. Silence. That wasn't comforting. I had spent enough time in the woods to know how they should sound. Crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, maybe the rustle of a small animal moving through the brush. Not this. Not this heavy, suffocating quiet. I turned on my flashlight and pointed it at the tent ceiling. My brain kept trying to find logical explanations. Maybe someone had camped out here before me and left the tent behind. Maybe the map wasn't about me, maybe it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched, that I was still being watched. I reached for my pack and pulled out my knife. It wasn't much, just a simple folding blade, but having it in my hand made me feel a little better. I turned off the flashlight and forced myself to lie down. I just needed a few hours of sleep, just enough to make it to sunrise. I woke up suddenly. Something had snapped outside my tent. A twig breaking. I froze. For a long moment, I didn't move. I barely even breathed. Then, another sound. A slow, deliberate footstep. Right outside. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I strained my ears, listening, trying to tell myself it was an animal, a deer, a raccoon, something normal. But then I heard it. Breathing. Close. Not deep, not ragged, just slow, steady human breathing. Someone was standing right outside my tent. My fingers tightened around the knife. I didn't dare move. I didn't even blink. The breathing stayed there for a few seconds, maybe a minute, but it felt like an hour. Then, slowly, it moved away. Soft footsteps, deliberate and careful, fading back into the woods. I stayed frozen in place, barely daring to believe it. I listened for another hour, maybe more, but I didn't hear anything else. Eventually, I reached for my phone. My fingers were stiff from holding the knife so tight. No signal. I wasn't surprised. I needed to get out of there. I had two options: wait until morning, or run now. Neither felt safe. But as I lay there, heart pounding, I knew one thing. I wasn't waiting to find out what happens next. I was leaving. Now, I didn't waste time. I moved slowly at first, careful not to make noise as I unzipped my tent, my ears strained, waiting for any sound, any movement. Nothing. The forest was still. Too still. I crouched low, scanning the trees with my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the tangled underbrush and the rough bark of trees. But there was nothing there. No movement. No footprints. But I knew what I had heard. Someone had been outside my tent. And now I had no idea where they were. I grabbed my pack, slung it over my shoulders, and gripped my knife tight. I wasn't sticking to the trail. If someone was following me, they would expect me to. Instead, I turned off my flashlight and started moving off trail, deeper into the woods. The branches tugged at my sleeves as I pushed through the undergrowth. My breath came in sharp, controlled exhales, each step measured. I wasn't running, not yet. I just needed distance. I needed to make it back to the main trail, then hike out as fast as possible. But then, after only a few minutes, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A footprint. Not mine. Fresh. Right in the patch of dirt I had just stepped over. I felt my pulse slam against my ribs. They were ahead of me, not behind. Someone had circled around. I spun, scanning the trees again, my hand tightening around the knife. My brain was screaming at me to run now, but I knew better than that. If I ran blindly, I could trip, get lost, make myself even more vulnerable. I had to be smart. I crouched down behind a tree and waited. Listened. And then, in the distance, I heard it. Soft footsteps. Deliberate, measured. Not charging toward me, not panicked. Just walking. They knew I was out here. And they weren't in a hurry. I felt a chill run through me. I needed a plan. Fast. I had two choices. Keep moving and risk making noise. Wait and hope they pass by without seeing me. Neither felt great. I was crouched behind a thick tree, my body tense, every nerve on fire. The footsteps were getting closer. Then they stopped. Right near my tent. I swallowed hard. Whoever was out there was standing exactly where I had been 10 minutes ago. I felt my stomach turn. They knew I had left. They were tracking me. I forced myself to breathe. Think. Then I made my choice. I moved. Not fast, not loud. I took slow, careful steps in the opposite direction, using the wind to cover any noise I made. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see. I walked like that for nearly an hour. My legs ached, my back screamed from the weight of my pack, but I didn't stop. Not until I saw it. The trail. The real one. The one that led out of the forest. I nearly collapsed from relief. But I wasn't safe yet. I didn't stop moving. I kept walking, pushing myself harder, moving as fast as I could without breaking into a run. The whole time, my ears were straining, waiting for something, footsteps, voices, anything. But I heard nothing. Not until I was almost at the trailhead. It was barely a whisper. Faint, so quiet I thought I imagined it at first. But then I heard it again. A single word. Leaving? I ran. I didn't look. I didn't think. I just ran. My boots pounded against the dirt, my lungs burning as I sprinted toward the parking lot. The forest blurred around me, shadows twisting, the trees closing in. Then suddenly I broke through the trees. My car was there, waiting. I yanked the keys from my pocket, hands shaking as I fumbled with the lock. I threw myself inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Then I just sat there, heart pounding, hands gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. I expected something to come bursting out of the trees. A figure, a shadow, someone. But no one did. The forest stood silent, watching. I drove away and never looked back. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not at first. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was another hiker. Maybe I had overreacted. But deep down, I knew the truth. Someone had been out there with me. They had been watching me, tracking me, marking my location on that map. And the worst part? I have no idea what would have happened if I hadn't left when I did. Maybe nothing. Or maybe I wouldn't have made it out of those woods at all. I first noticed something was off when I got a password reset email from my bank. It was late, nearly midnight, and I was just about to go to bed when my phone buzzed. The subject line read, "Your password reset request." I hadn't requested anything. At first, I assumed it was just one of those phishing scams, the kind that try to bait you into clicking a fake link. But when I checked the sender, it was legitimately from my bank. Still, I ignored it, figuring it was a mistake. Maybe someone had entered the wrong email by accident. The next morning, I got another one. Then another. It started happening with other accounts too, my Amazon, my Uber, my email. I kept getting notifications about password reset attempts, but when I logged in, nothing seemed different. I changed all my passwords anyway, just in case. It was annoying, but I wasn't too concerned yet. That changed when I saw the first charge. A $32 order from a sushi place I had never been to. It was from my DoorDash account, and the receipt showed the food had been delivered, but not to my address. It had gone somewhere else. I checked the order history, my stomach tightening as I scrolled. The sushi wasn't the only charge. There were 3 separate Uber rides I never took, a coffee order from a Starbucks across town, and a grocery delivery with items I would never buy. Whoever was doing this wasn't just using my account. They were living as me. I called DoorDash customer service immediately. After waiting on hold for what felt like forever, a representative finally picked up. "Hi, I think someone hacked my account," I explained. "I just saw an order that I didn't place." "Of course, let me pull that up," the woman on the phone said. After a few seconds, she continued. "Okay, I see the order. It was delivered last night." "Yeah, but not to me," I said. "I never ordered it." She hesitated. "Huh, that's odd. The order was placed through your logged-in account with the same saved payment method. It wasn't a guest checkout." "So, how did someone else use it?" "Do you think it could have been a family member or a friend?" she asked. I nearly laughed. "I live alone." Another pause. Then, "Would you like me to update your account security and issue a refund?" "Please." She walked me through resetting everything. I changed my password again, removed all saved payment details, and added 2-factor authentication. Then I checked my bank statements to make sure nothing else was wrong. For the rest of the day, I tried to convince myself it was just some kind of weird, elaborate scam. That night, though, I got a notification from Uber. "Your ride has arrived." My stomach dropped. I opened the app, heart pounding, and saw an active trip listed under my account. The pickup location was downtown, a few miles from where I lived. The destination was an apartment building in a neighborhood I had never been to. I watched the car's location on the app, its little blue dot moving along the street in real time. Someone had actually used my account to order a ride. And right now they were inside that car, heading toward that address. I called Uber support in a panic. "This ride isn't mine," I said, barely able to keep my voice steady. "I didn't request it." The man on the other end spoke calmly, as if this were completely normal. "I see the trip on your account. The driver has already picked up the passenger." "I know, that's the problem. That's not me in the car." Another long pause. I could hear the rep typing in the background. "The trip was placed through your device," he said. And, the driver confirmed the pickup. They verified the passenger matched the profile picture. Profile picture? I hadn't uploaded a profile picture to my Uber account. "What picture?" I asked. "The one linked to your account." A cold, creeping sensation crawled up my spine. "Can you describe it?" There was a hesitation before he answered. "It looks like a selfie. A man with dark hair, wearing a gray hoodie." My breath caught in my throat. I did have dark hair, and I did own a gray hoodie. But I had never taken that picture. I slammed the app closed and checked my email. There was a new message from Uber. "Your ride has been completed." The receipt showed that the trip had ended at the unknown apartment. The driver had dropped whoever this was off safely at home. Except it wasn't their home. It was mine. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every nerve in my body on edge. I had changed all my passwords. I had locked down my accounts. But someone out there was still getting in. And worst of all, they weren't just using my name. They were pretending to be me. The next morning, I barely touched my coffee. My hands were too unsteady to hold the mug without spilling it. My mind raced, replaying every detail from the night before. Someone was using my accounts. Someone was impersonating me, and somehow they had access to things they shouldn't. I called my bank first. "Hi, I need to report suspicious activity," I said the second an agent picked up. They pulled up my account and went through the usual security questions. When I explained what had been happening, the agent's tone shifted slightly more cautious, like he was choosing his words carefully. "We don't see any unauthorized withdrawals or transfers," he said, "but there was a recent attempt to open a new checking account under your name." I nearly dropped my phone. "What?" "Yesterday evening. It was started online, but it looks like the application wasn't completed." I swallowed hard. What would someone need to finish it? They'd have to go in person to verify their identity. My stomach twisted. Someone had filled out an application as me and had planned to walk into the bank, show their ID, and become me. "How did they get past the security checks?" I asked. He hesitated. "Well, they entered the correct social security number." I felt like the room was tilting. I gripped the edge of the counter to steady myself. My social security number. Not just my email, not just my passwords. This was something much worse. I barely heard the rest of what the agent said. He advised me to file an official fraud report and to place a freeze on my credit. I agreed and hung up, my pulse hammering in my ears. This wasn't just hacking. This wasn't just some scammer buying food on my dime. Someone had my personal information, everything they needed, to erase me and take my place. I checked my email again, scanning through every message. There was something new, a notification from a credit monitoring service I didn't remember signing up for. Your profile update has been completed. I clicked it. Apparently, I had changed my contact number. The last 4 digits weren't mine. I had seen enough. I grabbed my coat and car keys. I was going to the apartment, the one from the Uber trip. The building was about 20 minutes away, in a neighborhood I had never been to. It was an older complex, a little run-down but not abandoned. The lobby doors were locked, but I didn't need to wait long before someone came out, letting me slip inside. The hallway smelled of stale carpet and cigarette smoke. I checked the Uber receipt again, double-checking the address, apartment 2B. I walked up to the second floor, heart pounding. The number plate on the door was slightly crooked. I knocked once, then twice, straining to hear any movement inside. Nothing. I knocked again. Hello? Still no response, but I felt something, that strange, crawling sensation that I wasn't alone. I pressed my ear to the door, faint shuffling, a whisper of movement, like someone shifting their weight. Then silence. Someone was in there. I knocked one more time, harder. I know you're in there. A long pause, then footsteps slow and deliberate approaching the door. The handle turned slightly, but the door didn't open. I held my breath. Then, just as quietly, the footsteps retreated. I stood there, my skin crawling. Whoever was inside had walked right up to the door, listened to me standing there, and then walked away. I needed to see who it was. I glanced around, looking for anything reflective. A peephole, a glass panel. There, a small, warped door viewer. I leaned in just enough to get a distorted look inside. The hallway behind me reflected faintly, along with a glimpse of the dimly lit apartment. And then, a face. My face. The breath left my lungs all at once. I jerked back so fast I nearly stumbled. The warped reflection showed me staring through the peephole, but it wasn't me. It was him. The door didn't open. No movement. Nothing. I turned and walked away, forcing myself to move at a normal pace, even though my entire body screamed at me to run. I didn't stop until I was outside, back in my car, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I sat there for a long time, staring at the apartment building. Someone who looked exactly like me lived there, and he knew that I had found him. I barely remember the drive home. My mind was in overdrive, scrambling for answers. A twin I never knew about, a relative, a perfect look-alike. It didn't make sense. Back in my apartment, I locked every door, every window. I checked them twice, then 3 times. My own reflection in the hallway mirror unsettled me now. I turned it to face the wall. I needed proof of what I had seen. I grabbed my laptop and started digging. The apartment complex wasn't listed on any rental sites. No leasing office number, no online presence at all. I searched public records. Nothing. It was as if the place didn't officially exist. Then, I searched my own name. I expected to see the usual social media, work listings, but there was something new. A second listing. Same name, same birth date, different city. I clicked on it, my breath caught in my throat. There was a profile picture, and it was him. The man from the apartment. The man pretending to be me. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. There he was me. The profile photo wasn't just a similar-looking man. It was identical. Same haircut, same eyes, same sharp angle of my jaw. Even the slight scar near my temple, the one I got as a kid falling off my bike, was there. But it wasn't my account. It was another me. The name was mine, the birth date was mine, but the location was different 3 cities over. I clicked on the profile, my fingers icy against the trackpad. It was sparse, a few professional details, a couple of linked accounts, but one thing stood out: a connection to a bank. The same bank that had flagged my account for an attempted duplicate. I swallowed, my throat dry. The pieces were clicking into place in a way I didn't like. This wasn't identity theft. It was something worse. I checked the profile's activity, looking for anything I could use: an address, a workplace, even a phone number. But before I could dig deeper, something popped up on my screen. New message request. Me wants to connect. I froze. I had seen that profile minutes ago, had clicked through it, had scrolled through every detail. There was no way he knew. Unless he was looking at me too. My hands shook as I hovered over the request. I knew I shouldn't click it, knew that engaging in any way would be a mistake. But I had to see. I accepted. Immediately, a message came through. "Why are you looking for me?" I stared at the words, my own name at the top of the chat, a conversation with myself. I didn't type anything. Another message. "You shouldn't have come to the apartment." A sharp chill rippled down my spine. I hadn't told anyone, I hadn't called the police, hadn't mentioned it to a single person. The air in my apartment suddenly felt thick. My hands hovered over the keyboard. Then, another message. "You should stop now." I slammed the laptop shut. My chest was tight, my skin cold. My mind screamed at me to shut it all down, log out, wipe my accounts, pretend none of this had happened. But I couldn't. I needed to know who he was. And more than that, I needed to know what he wanted. I didn't sleep that night. I barely moved from my chair, staring at the darkened screen of my laptop like it might suddenly flicker back to life on its own. By morning, I had made my decision. I was going to that bank. If he had set up an account there, then there was proof. A paper trail, a record, something that showed that he had walked inside and pretended to be me. I took a deep breath, grabbed my keys, and left. The bank was about an hour away, in the same city his profile had listed. I walked in, keeping my expression neutral, trying to ignore the way my hands were damp with sweat. A teller greeted me with a polite smile. "How can I help you today?" I steadied my voice. "I think someone might have opened an account under my name." She nodded, pulling up a screen. "Okay, do you have an account with us already?" I swallowed. "Number." She started typing. "All right, let me check." Then she stopped. Her expression flickered just for a second. A moment of hesitation before she straightened in her chair. "Yes, we do have an account under your name," she said carefully. "Would you like to access it?" I forced myself to stay calm. "I don't remember opening it." Her polite smile didn't waver, but I saw something shift in her eyes. She was too calm. I realized, with a slow creeping sense of horror, she recognized me, the real me. But that meant someone had already been here. I forced a laugh, shaking my head like it was just a silly mistake. You know what? Maybe I did open it and forgot. No worries. I turned to leave. But before I could take a step, she said, "Sir?" I froze. She hesitated. "You came in this morning, didn't you?" My stomach dropped. I turned back slowly. "What?" Her fingers tapped against the desk. Her expression was polite, but there was an unease there now. "You came in right when we opened. You had all your documents. I helped you myself." I couldn't breathe. She saw him. This morning, today, while I had been at home, staring at my laptop, wondering what to do. He had been here. I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. "And everything checked out?" She nodded. "Yes, you had all the right information." A pause. Then, softer. "But your hair was shorter." I forced a tight smile, every muscle in my body locking up. "Right. I was just checking, thanks." I turned and walked out, my pulse slamming in my ears. I didn't stop until I was back in my car. I locked the doors, my hands clenched into fists on my lap. He had been here. He had walked inside, given them my information, looked just like me except for one tiny detail. I pulled out my phone, opened the front camera. My reflection stared back, my hair slightly unkempt from stress, a few days of stubble on my jaw. That was the difference. He was keeping up with my appearance. He knew exactly what I looked like every day, every change. And he was adjusting himself to match. I felt something cold settle in my gut. He wasn't just pretending to be me. He was watching me. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. My reflection in the rearview mirror stared back at me, eyes hollow, face pale. He had been here today. I was losing time. I had spent the morning locked in my apartment, paranoid and staring at my laptop, while he had walked into this bank and pretended to be me. He had handed them my information. He had looked like me. But not exactly. I pulled out my phone and opened the camera again, staring at my reflection. I ran a hand through my hair, heart pounding. It had been getting long. I had been meaning to get a haircut. He already had. He was keeping up with me, adjusting himself. I felt sick. For a long time I didn't move. My hands stayed clenched in my lap, my breathing shallow. There was nowhere to go, no next step that made sense. I couldn't call the police and tell them I had a clone running around town, opening bank accounts and impersonating me. They would think I was crazy. Maybe I was crazy. But then my phone vibrated. A new message. I didn't want to look. I already knew who it was from. "You shouldn't have come here." The air in the car felt suffocating. I stared at the screen, every nerve in my body screaming at me to shut the phone off, to pretend I never saw it. Another message. "Stop looking for me." My throat felt tight. I could barely breathe. I hovered over the reply button. My fingers twitched. Every logical part of my brain told me not to respond. But I typed anyway. "Who are you?" A long pause. Then 3 dots appeared, the ones that meant he was typing. I gritted my teeth, my heart hammering so loud I could barely hear anything else. Then the message popped up. "I am you." My entire body went cold. I shut the phone off and threw it onto the passenger seat. I needed to leave. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine rumbling to life beneath my shaking hands. The roads blurred past me, my thoughts spiraling. I had no plan, no destination. I just knew I had to get away. But as I pulled out of the parking lot, something caught my eye. A man standing across the street. He was watching me. And he looked exactly like me. My chest clenched. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be possible. But there he was. His hair was shorter, neatly trimmed. His face was clean-shaven. He wore the same black jacket I owned, the one I had been meaning to throw out but hadn't gotten around to yet. And then he smiled. A slow, deliberate curve of his lips. Like he was waiting. Like he knew. I slammed my foot on the gas and sped away. I didn't go home. I couldn't. Instead, I drove aimlessly, my grip on the wheel so tight my fingers ached. My mind raced, trying to piece together something that made sense. Someone was pretending to be me. Someone had my information. Someone had been watching me, studying me, copying me. I pulled into a gas station miles away from the bank. I needed a moment to think, to breathe. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I got out of the car. The air was sharp and cool against my skin. I filled my tank, my body still tense. Every shadow, every figure in the distance made my skin crawl. I needed answers. I grabbed my phone, hesitating before turning it back on. The second the screen lit up, a new notification appeared. Unknown number, voicemail. My stomach churned. I pressed play. At first, there was only silence. Then breathing. Not heavy, not aggressive, just slow, steady breathing. Then a voice. My voice. "You should really stop looking for me." Click. The voicemail ended. I stood there, frozen, the sounds of the gas station fading around me. I had never called myself. I had never left that voicemail. But there it was. Me. Talking to me. I turned the phone off again. Shoving it deep into my pocket like that would make it disappear. I couldn't stay here. I needed to go somewhere safe. But nowhere felt safe anymore. I ended up at a cheap motel on the outskirts of town. I paid in cash. I didn't want to leave a digital trail, not when someone else already had access to everything about me. The room was small, stale, a single bed, a desk, a bathroom with a flickering light. I locked the door, bolted it, shoved a chair against the handle. Then I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall. My mind kept looping through everything. The hacked accounts, the Uber ride, the bank visit, the way he had looked at me smiling, as if he already knew what I was going to do next. I needed proof. I pulled out my laptop, my fingers moving on autopilot as I went back to his fake profile. But when the page loaded, something was different. His profile picture had changed. It was new. And it was exactly how I looked now. The stubble, the slightly longer hair, the exhaustion in my eyes. I felt my pulse in my throat. Then a new notification. He's typing. I didn't wait to see what he had to say. I shut the laptop and slid it under the bed like that would somehow erase what I just saw. My breathing was uneven. My hands were shaking. This wasn't someone stealing my identity. This wasn't some scammer using my name. This was someone becoming me. And I didn't know how to stop him. I didn't sleep. I sat in that dingy motel room, the chair still pressed against the door, my back against the wall. The laptop lay face down on the floor, the screen dark. The air felt heavy, pressing down on me like the weight of something unseen. I had spent the past few days watching my own life unravel. A stranger had been using my accounts, spending my money, signing my name. But this wasn't just identity theft. He was becoming me. And he was always one step ahead. I thought about the bank teller's hesitation, the way she looked at me like she already knew who I was, except she had seen him first. I thought about the Uber driver who had picked him up, the fact that he had shown them a photo of me. He was building something, a version of me that was slightly different, slightly better. He had neater hair, cleaner clothes, a more confident posture. A version of me that the world would accept without question. And now, he knew I had found him. The air in the room felt too thick. I couldn't stay here. I had to end this. The drive back to the city was a blur. My hands were steady on the wheel, but my mind raced with every possibility of what I was about to do. I wasn't thinking about what would happen if I found him. I was thinking about what would happen if I didn't. The bank had been a dead end. He wouldn't go back there. But I knew where he had gone. The apartment. The one from the Uber ride. The one he had set up for himself while pretending to be me. That was where it had started. That was where I would find him. I parked across the street and sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel. The building looked exactly the same as the last time I had been here. The same dimly lit hallway. The same slightly crooked number plate on the door of 2B. I stepped out of the car. My chest was tight, but I kept my breathing steady. I didn't know what I would do when I got inside. I didn't know if he would be there. But I knew I had to see this through. I climbed the stairs, my footsteps barely making a sound. The hallway smelled like stale air and cleaning chemicals. The light above 2B flickered, casting the door in and out of shadow. I knocked once, then again. No answer. I reached for the handle. It turned. Unlocked. I stepped inside. The apartment was nearly identical to mine, the same layout, the same furniture, arranged in the same places, but there were small differences. The couch was newer. The dishes were stacked neatly in the sink. The air smelled like fresh laundry, like someone had just cleaned. And then I saw the photographs. They were pinned to the wall, arranged neatly in a grid. Photos of me, taken from a distance. Some were from inside my apartment, others from outside at the grocery store, walking to work, sitting in my car. I scanned them, my stomach twisting. Then I saw the most recent one. It was taken today. I was standing in the gas station parking lot, staring at my phone. Someone had been watching me. Someone had followed me there. A shuffling noise came from the hallway behind me. I turned. He was standing in the doorway. He looked exactly like me. Same face, same clothes. But he had already adjusted. His hair was slightly shorter than mine now. His stubble was gone. His shirt was tucked in neatly, the way I sometimes did when I wanted to look more put together. He smiled. "You shouldn't have come here," he said. My chest tightened. I took a slow step back, forcing myself to stay calm. "Who are you?" He tilted his head. "You know who I am." I swallowed. "How long have you been doing this?" He didn't answer right away. He stepped forward, his eyes locked onto mine. "I didn't take anything from you," he said softly. "I just made things better." My pulse pounded in my ears. "Better?" He smiled again, a slow, measured expression. "I've been cleaning up your messes, organizing your accounts, paying off that old credit card balance you forgot about. I even scheduled your next dentist appointment." I felt my stomach drop. "How did you get my information?" I asked. His smile faded slightly. "I've always had it." I took another step back. "You're not me." His expression didn't change. I could be. The room felt smaller, the air tighter. I could see it now, the final step. He had replaced everything else. The accounts, the documents, the records. The only thing left to replace was me. I clenched my fists. "You're not real." He exhaled, almost amused. If I wasn't real, how did the bank believe me? How did the Uber driver pick me up? How did the world decide that I was you? My breathing was shallow. "You can't just take my life." He didn't move. "I already have." A silence stretched between us. Then he lunged. I stumbled back, my heel catching on the carpet. We crashed into the table, sending the photographs flying. His hands grabbed at my jacket, pulling me down. I twisted, shoving him off. He scrambled to his feet faster than I expected, his breath coming in quick gasps. "I didn't want to do this," he muttered. He charged again. This time I was ready. I swung, my fist connecting with his jaw. He staggered back, but not for long. His eyes were wide, wild, like an animal backed into a corner. I didn't give him a chance to recover. I grabbed the nearest chair and swung it, knocking him off balance. He hit the ground hard. For a moment, neither of us moved. His chest rose and fell in sharp, ragged breaths. And then he started laughing. Low at first, then louder. I stepped away, my hands shaking. He grinned up at me, blood on his lip. "This isn't over," he whispered. I didn't stay to find out what he meant. I ran. Out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. By the time I got home, I was already on the phone with the police. When they arrived at 2B, the apartment was empty. No photographs, no furniture, nothing. It was as if he had never been there. I moved out of town the next day. I changed my number. I wiped my accounts. but I still feel it. That sense that someone is just out of sight. That if I check my accounts too closely, I'll find a charge I don't remember making. That one day, I'll open my email and see a message waiting. From me, "You shouldn't have come looking for me. I'm still here." I've always loved solitude. There's something uniquely freeing about being completely alone, away from everything familiar. That's why I decided to take a solo hiking trip to a remote forest I'd read about online. Friends warned me against it. Going alone to such a secluded area seemed reckless, but I brushed off their concerns. I had experience, confidence, and a deep desire to disconnect from the constant noise of city life. I drove for hours until the highway narrowed into twisting mountain roads, then turned onto an old logging trail. Eventually, even that gave way to rugged, uneven dirt paths. It felt like I was entering another world, isolated from civilization. By the time I parked my car at the edge of the dense woods, daylight was fading. I gathered my gear tent, food, flashlight, map, and stepped onto the narrow trail leading deep into the forest. The first 2 days were exactly what I'd hoped for. The forest was breathtakingly beautiful, dense clusters of pines, the fresh scent of damp earth, and a silence so deep it felt almost unnatural. During the day, I hiked steadily, navigating winding paths, pausing occasionally to admire the untouched beauty of the wilderness. At night, I'd pitch my small tent and fall asleep quickly beneath the stars, comforted by the rustling of leaves and the gentle murmur of nearby streams. By the third morning, I felt refreshed and confident, deciding to venture even deeper into the woods. According to my map, there was a secluded lake several miles ahead. I packed up my campsite quickly, eager to explore further. Yet as I began walking, something felt subtly different. It was hard to place at first, just a vague unease at the back of my mind. The forest was still peaceful, yet it seemed quieter. No birdsong, no breeze rustling the trees, just a heavy, unsettling silence. I shook off the strange feeling and continued forward, dismissing my anxiety as paranoia from isolation. After a couple of hours, I stopped briefly for water and a snack. That's when I heard it for the first time, the soft, distinct crunch of leaves from behind me. Instantly I turned, heart suddenly racing, scanning the path I'd just walked. There was no one, only shadows shifting between trees, leaves falling slowly to the ground. I held my breath, listening carefully. Nothing. Shaking my head, I convinced myself it must have been an animal, perhaps a deer or a rabbit. Still, the peace I'd felt earlier had vanished, replaced by a faint, lingering tension. I resumed hiking, moving faster now, eager to reach the lake before evening. Yet, as I continued, the uneasy feeling only intensified. Soon I became aware of every sound, the crunching of dry leaves beneath my boots, the gentle swish of my backpack against my shoulders, my own rapid breathing. Then again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me, distant yet deliberate, matching my pace precisely. I stopped abruptly, the sudden silence deafening. Turning slowly, I looked back again, eyes darting from tree to tree, searching desperately for movement. Still, I saw nothing. No sign of human presence, or any wildlife that could explain what I'd heard. "Hello?" I called out cautiously, my voice echoing strangely through the quiet forest. "Is someone there?" Silence answered me. My skin prickled with unease. I took a deep breath, feeling foolish. Maybe I really was paranoid, imagining things because I'd been alone too long. Still, I couldn't dismiss the uneasy feeling in my gut. Without thinking, I increased my pace, practically jogging down the trail, eager to put distance between myself and whatever had triggered my fear. Yet no matter how fast I moved, the footsteps continued always behind me, always matching my rhythm exactly. Each time I glanced back, the trail was empty, haunted only by fading echoes of movement I couldn't quite pinpoint. Whoever was following remained hidden, always just beyond my line of sight, lurking quietly in the shadows. Hours passed with no respite. My nerves felt frayed, panic rising steadily within me. Finally, desperate to escape my unseen pursuer, I turned sharply off the trail, cutting through dense underbrush, hoping to confuse or lose whoever or whatever was following. Branches scratched my face, tangled brush tugged at my clothing, yet fear pushed me onward relentlessly. Emerging into a small clearing, I paused briefly, gasping for breath, and strained to listen. At first, all I heard was my pounding heartbeat and uneven breathing. Then, faintly at first, the footsteps returned slow, methodical, carefully following the exact path I'd just taken through the brush. Cold dread filled me. Whoever this was knew exactly where I'd gone, never hesitating, always tracking me perfectly. I backed away, hands trembling, heart hammering painfully in my chest. "Leave me alone!" I shouted into the emptiness, desperation coloring my voice. "I know you're there." Silence again. No response, no acknowledgement, only the heavy, suffocating quiet of the forest. Feeling vulnerable, exposed in the open clearing, I quickly turned and ran back toward the original path, sprinting blindly toward where I'd intended to camp that night. Panic blurred my thoughts. I moved on instinct alone, driven by primal fear. Reaching my planned campsite near dusk, I hastily pitched my tent, hands shaking so violently I could barely secure the stakes. Every sound startled me, branches snapping, leaves rustling, distant echoes of movement that might be real or imagined. Finally, as darkness fully descended, I zipped myself into the small tent, breathing heavily, listening carefully for any sign of pursuit. Minutes dragged by slowly, agonizingly. Then I heard it clearly. The footsteps approached, deliberate and unhurried, closing in on my campsite. My breath caught sharply. The footsteps paused inches outside my thin tent walls. I could sense their presence, the unmistakable feeling of someone standing just beyond the nylon fabric. Terrified, I sat motionless, every muscle tense, holding my breath as I waited helplessly. Seconds turned into minutes, minutes into hours. Yet whoever stood there didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even breathe audibly. The forest had fallen utterly silent again. No animals, no wind, just oppressive, unnatural stillness. I sat frozen, heart pounding in my ears, waiting desperately for anything to happen, for them to leave, to speak, to attack. Anything would be better than this unbearable silent standoff. But nothing came. Slowly, the night crept forward, darkness deepening outside my tent, swallowing every faint hint of light. At some point, sheer exhaustion overcame my fear, and I slipped into a shallow, restless sleep, haunted by nightmares of being followed, chased endlessly through dark, twisted woods. Even in my dreams, I could feel those unseen eyes watching me, tracking my every move, waiting patiently in the darkness. When I finally opened my eyes again, pale dawn seeped weakly through the fabric of my tent. Silence greeted me once more. Slowly, I unzipped the tent flap, heart racing. The campsite was empty, undisturbed, yet the feeling of being watched hadn't faded. Deep in my gut, I knew the nightmare wasn't over yet. I climbed out of my tent, shivering slightly as the morning chill settled into my bones. Pale sunlight filtered weakly through the dense canopy above, casting long, distorted shadows across the damp earth. Even in daylight, the forest felt different now, darker somehow, less welcoming than before. A tense, watchful silence hung thickly around me, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. I glanced cautiously around my campsite, looking for any evidence that someone else had been here. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just my tent, my hastily built fire pit, my backpack leaning against a tree. But as I stepped closer, a sudden wave of nausea swept through me. My pack had been moved. Only slightly, perhaps just a few inches, but I knew exactly where I'd left it, and this wasn't the same spot. My pulse quickened, the realization hitting hard. Someone had been here, watching me sleep, silently intruding on my campsite while I'd been unaware, vulnerable. A cold, helpless fear settled deep inside me, making my stomach twist violently. I felt violated, unsafe, in a way I'd never experienced before. I quickly packed up, hands trembling as I folded my tent and stuffed it hastily into my backpack. My thoughts raced, panic mixing with desperate attempts to remain rational. The lake I'd been heading toward was only another hour's hike, according to my map. Maybe if I got there, I could find other campers, someone else to help or protect me. Leaving the site behind, I moved forward quickly, glancing nervously behind me every few moments. Yet each time I turned, the trail stretched empty and quiet, no visible sign of my stalker. But the sense of being watched never faded, never weakened, even slightly. It pressed against my skin, a constant, oppressive presence I couldn't shake. As I walked, the quiet felt overwhelming. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, only the lonely sound of my footsteps echoed softly in the stillness. I soon noticed my hands shaking uncontrollably, every snapping twig or rustling leaf causing my heart to lurch painfully. After nearly an hour, I reached the clearing beside the small lake, relief flooding me briefly at the sight of open water. But the relief vanished instantly. There was nobody else here, no other campers, no boats, nothing but silence and still water reflecting a gray, overcast sky. Despair threatened to overtake me, but I forced myself to stay calm. I set up camp again near the water's edge, thinking that being out in the open might make me feel safer, less exposed. Yet the persistent feeling of eyes watching from the trees grew stronger, more tangible. I felt helpless, knowing that whoever had been following me still lingered nearby. I sat down by the lake, gripping a heavy stick I'd picked up as protection, scanning the tree line repeatedly for any sign of movement. Hours passed in tense, miserable silence. By late afternoon, exhaustion began to overwhelm my fear. Perhaps, I thought, if I just got some rest, I could think clearly, formulate a better plan. But sleep was impossible. The anxiety refused to let me rest. Instead, I sat still, eyes wide, ears straining to hear even the smallest sound. Then, as dusk approached, my heart lurched. Across the clearing, partially obscured by shadows, a figure emerged slowly from the thick trees, tall, motionless, watching. My blood turned cold instantly. I couldn't see their face clearly, but their presence was unmistakable, patient, ominous, utterly calm. "Who are you?" I called out, voice trembling uncontrollably. "What do you want?" No answer. The figure didn't move, didn't react. It simply stood there, watching silently. Panic surged within me. I scrambled to my feet, gripping the heavy stick tighter, adrenaline flooding my body. "Leave me alone." I shouted desperately, voice echoing across the empty lake. "Just leave." Still, no movement, no response, just the silent, unmoving figure staring intently in my direction. My fear intensified sharply, overwhelming any rational thought. I turned suddenly, sprinting toward the nearest path leading away from the lake, deeper into the unknown woods. I ran blindly, without direction or plan, driven solely by terror and instinctive need to escape. Branches tore painfully at my clothes. Roots caught my feet repeatedly, nearly sending me sprawling across the uneven ground. I didn't care. I kept running, gasping desperately for air, tears blurring my vision, heart pounding painfully in my chest. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to stop, collapsing breathlessly against a tree, knees trembling violently beneath me. The forest around me felt darker now, twilight quickly fading into deeper shadows. I struggled to catch my breath, desperately trying to orient myself. I'd lost all sense of direction. The paths I'd carefully mapped were gone, replaced by endless, unfamiliar darkness pressing inward. And then, horrifyingly, I heard footsteps again, the same steady, calm steps approaching carefully, crunching leaves softly beneath them. Panic surged anew. Without thinking, I pressed myself flat against the tree, breathing shallowly, hoping desperately to remain unnoticed in the darkness. The footsteps paused briefly, terrifyingly close. Silence stretched agonizingly, my pulse racing so loudly I feared it would betray my location. I held my breath, hands shaking violently, every muscle in my body tense. Then the footsteps resumed, slowly fading into the distance. I exhaled shakily, relieved yet painfully aware that I'd narrowly escaped discovery. Shaken and exhausted, I knew I needed to find shelter immediately. The forest was pitch black now, night fully upon me. I stumbled forward, eventually finding a fallen tree partially hollowed at the base, just enough space to squeeze into. Crawling inside, I curled tightly, gripping my makeshift weapon desperately, too afraid to sleep, too exhausted to stay fully awake. All night, I lay there quietly, listening anxiously for any hint of movement nearby. Occasionally, the wind whispered softly through the branches, sounding disturbingly like footsteps approaching again. Yet no one appeared, no one spoke or moved in the endless darkness surrounding me. When dawn finally broke through the trees, my body ached painfully from tension and cramped position. Slowly, cautiously, I emerged from my hiding place, wary of any sound or movement. Yet everything remained silent and empty. No trace of the stalker who had terrified me so completely the day before. Determined to escape, I unfolded my map, desperately trying to pinpoint my location. After several frustrating attempts, I realized I'd fled miles from my original route, lost entirely within unfamiliar territory. Panic threatened again, but I forced myself to remain calm. The only choice left was to keep moving, hoping to find familiar landmarks eventually. I walked slowly, nerves frayed and alert, constantly glancing behind, expecting the shadowy figure to appear again any moment. Hours passed quietly. Slowly, hope crept back. The stalker hadn't returned yet. Maybe they'd finally given up. But just as I allowed myself that small comfort, something ahead stopped me abruptly. Carved crudely into the bark of a large tree was my name, freshly etched, the wood still damp and splintered. My stomach turned violently. Whoever had followed me wasn't finished yet. My nightmare in the woods was far from over. Seeing my name carved crudely into the tree trunk made my blood run cold. My knees weakened, and for a moment, I felt as if I might collapse right there on the forest floor. But I forced myself to remain standing, staring at the freshly cut letters with a sickening feeling twisting in my stomach. Whoever was following me wasn't just watching, they wanted me to know it. They were toying with me, carefully guiding me exactly where they wanted me to go. Fear surged through my veins, but beneath it, a spark of anger flared to life. I was exhausted, terrified, and deeply unsettled, but I couldn't let fear completely control me. If I was going to escape this nightmare, I had to stay focused, remain calm, and figure out how to get out of this forest alive. I took a shaky breath, trying desperately to recall the layout of the woods from the map I'd studied earlier. My hands trembled as I pulled the wrinkled map from my backpack again, scanning frantically for any landmark or clue that might guide me back towards safety. Eventually, I spotted a small river I'd passed on the first day, a river that, if I followed it downstream, would eventually lead back to the logging road where I'd parked my car. Determined, I quickly oriented myself as best I could and set off toward where I hoped to find the river. My pace was brisk, driven by adrenaline, constantly scanning the trees around me for movement. Every small sound made me jump, but I pressed forward, refusing to slow down. Finally, after nearly an hour of walking, I heard the soft, reassuring sound of flowing water. Relief flooded through me, momentarily easing the anxiety gripping my heart. I quickened my pace, stumbling through dense undergrowth until the river came into view, a winding ribbon of clear water cutting through the forest. For a brief moment, I allowed myself a glimmer of hope, but it vanished quickly, replaced by renewed panic as the familiar crunch of footsteps echoed softly behind me. I spun around instantly, eyes wide, heart racing uncontrollably. Across the small clearing, standing calmly in the shadows, was the figure again. This time, however, they stepped slowly forward into the weak sunlight, revealing their face for the first time. He was a man, perhaps in his mid-40s, with sharp features and cold, intense eyes. He stared at me silently, expression unreadable, yet disturbingly calm. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, voice shaking uncontrollably, backing away instinctively toward the riverbank. For a long moment, he didn't reply, simply watched me with detached interest. Finally, he spoke, his voice quiet, oddly gentle yet chilling. "Because I can. Because out here nobody can stop me." His words filled me with dread. He wasn't merely stalking me, was playing a cruel, twisted game, confident in his power. My fear intensified sharply, but beneath it, I felt anger rising again, strong enough now to push back against the terror. "No," I replied defiantly, forcing my voice steady. "You're wrong. I'll get out of here. People know where I am. They'll come looking." He smiled faintly, as if amused by my defiance. "No one is coming. I've watched you since you arrived. You're alone. That's why I chose you." His words stung, but I refused to let him break me completely. I glanced toward the river, calculating quickly if I could cross it, put distance between us. Maybe I could lose him in the thicker woods on the opposite side. Without another word, I turned suddenly, sprinting toward the water. Behind me, I heard him move instantly, footsteps rapid now, closing in quickly. Adrenaline surged through me as I reached the riverbank and plunged into the icy water, stumbling over slippery stones beneath the surface. Cold water soaked through my clothes instantly, shocking my senses, nearly stealing my breath away. I pushed forward desperately, scrambling up the muddy embankment on the opposite side, soaked, shivering, but alive. Looking back briefly, I saw him hesitate at the river's edge, eyes narrowed in frustration. A faint sense of victory filled me. I had gained distance, I had a chance. Without pausing, I plunged into the thicker woods on the other side, pushing my exhausted body relentlessly forward. Each step felt harder than the last, muscles aching, lungs burning, but fear kept me moving. I refused to stop or slow down, knowing that the second I did, he'd catch up again. Minutes stretched into hours, my feet blistered painfully, my clothes clung uncomfortably to my chilled skin, But gradually, I noticed the forest beginning to thin, becoming more familiar. The logging road was nearby. I recognized the curve of trees ahead. My heart surged with hope. Finally, exhausted and trembling, I emerged onto the familiar dirt road, relief flooding through me so powerfully I nearly cried. My car was parked exactly where I'd left it days before, waiting patiently in the fading daylight. Fumbling frantically with the keys, I unlocked the door, threw myself inside, and locked it immediately, breathing heavily. Only then did I allow myself a quick glance backward, half expecting him to emerge from the trees again, but the road remained empty, quiet. With shaking hands, I started the car, tires spinning slightly as I accelerated away from the forest that had nearly become my grave. The drive back toward civilization felt surreal, a dreamlike escape from a nightmare I still couldn't fully process. When I finally reached the nearest town, I immediately went to the police, recounting my ordeal. They took my story seriously, promising to investigate thoroughly, though I could see in their eyes they doubted they'd find anything concrete. After all, what proof did I have except my own terror? Months later, after I'd settled back into the safety of my normal life, the police contacted me again. They'd found evidence of someone living deep in those woods, a makeshift shelter, personal belongings, even notes referencing other hikers he'd watched and followed. They assured me he'd likely fled the area, realizing his hiding place had been discovered. Still, the news chilled me deeply, knowing that others had endured the same fear, the same violation I'd experienced. Eventually, though the nightmares faded, the memories lingered clearly, each moment permanently etched into my mind. Yet instead of feeling powerless, I drew strength from surviving such an ordeal. I'd faced true horror, confronted it directly, and escaped alive. 1 year later, I returned briefly to the forest, not alone, but with a group of friends, determined to reclaim the place that had haunted my dreams. Standing by the river where I'd made my desperate escape, I felt strangely calm, stronger now. I'd survived after all. I wouldn't allow fear to control me forever. Leaving the woods again, surrounded by people who cared deeply, I finally felt closure. The man who had stalked me never returned, never appeared again in any police reports or news stories. He became nothing more than a dark chapter in my life, frightening, unforgettable, yet ultimately powerless. I had faced the darkest parts of human nature, endured unimaginable fear, but emerged stronger and wiser. Now, at last, I was truly free, no longer haunted by the shadow of the man who followed me in the woods. I first saw the message while scrolling through my phone in bed, half asleep. "Hey, is this you?" It was from an old acquaintance, someone I hadn't spoken to in years. Attached was a link to a profile. At first I thought it was spam, another one of those hacked accounts sending phishing links. I was about to ignore it when I noticed the profile picture. It was me. I hesitated, then clicked the link. The page loaded, and my stomach dropped. The account looked exactly like mine, same profile picture, same bio, Even the pinned post was word for word something I had posted months ago. But I had never made this account. I scrolled through the posts, my fingers suddenly clammy against the screen. It had been active for months. Newer picture-owns I had never taken showed up in the feed. Me at a coffee shop. Me walking to my office. Me wearing outfits I didn't recognize. I felt my pulse quicken. I clicked on the friends list, expecting it to be empty. It wasn't. This fake me had been talking to people. I scrolled through the messages, my stomach twisting. The conversations weren't normal. It's so hard to sleep lately. I keep waking up at 3:12 a.m. for no reason. I froze. I had been waking up at exactly 3:12 a.m. every night for the past week. I hadn't told anyone. I spent the next hour combing through the account. The more I looked, the worse it got. It wasn't just old posts being copied. It was details, personal things. This fake me knew my favorite coffee order, my work schedule, even the nickname my mom used to call me as a kid. The messages to other people were just off. Some started normal, small talk, then they would shift. Have you ever seen your reflection move when you weren't looking? Have you noticed the cameras on your phone don't blink at the same time? Does your shadow ever feel like it's one step behind you? I closed the app, my breath uneven. This wasn't just someone impersonating me. They were playing some kind of game. I went to report the account, but just as I was about to hit submit, my screen flashed with a new notification. A DM from my own fake account. Stop looking for me. I stared at my phone, every muscle in my body tense. Whoever was behind this, they knew I was watching. My hands shook as I typed a response. Who are you? The message was read instantly. 3 dots appeared, typing. Then, you should know, you're me. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. I didn't respond. Instead, I went straight to the app settings and reported the account. It had to be taken down. Whoever was doing this, whoever was pretending to be me, they couldn't keep using my face. I shut off my phone and sat there in the dark, my heart still racing. For a long time, nothing happened. No messages, no notifications. I started to convince myself that I was overreacting, that I was just paranoid. Then my phone buzzed again. I hesitated before looking. Another DM. This time, just an image. A blurry photo. I clicked on it and felt the blood drain from my face. It was a picture of my apartment building, taken from the street. Tonight. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in bed, staring at my phone screen. The image burned into my mind. It was my apartment building. The picture had been taken tonight. I checked the timestamp, 2:54 a.m., less than 20 minutes ago. Whoever was running that account, they had been outside my home. I forced myself to breathe, to think logically. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was some kind of internet prank. But that didn't explain the details. They knew too much. They knew about 3:12 a.m. They knew my daily routines. They knew where I lived. And now they knew I was scared. The next morning, I reported the account again. I flagged every post, every message. I even contacted customer support, explaining that someone was impersonating me and harassing me online. The response was frustratingly generic. "Thank you for your report. We will review this profile and take action if it violates our guidelines." I refreshed the page obsessively for hours, waiting for the account to disappear. It didn't. I tried to distract myself with work, but I couldn't focus. My mind kept drifting back to that photo. Had they just taken a picture, or had they been watching me? I told myself I was being paranoid, that nothing had actually happened yet. Then, at exactly 3:12 a.m., my phone buzzed again. A new DM from my fake account. "I told you to stop looking." I sat up in bed, my breath catching in my throat. The room was too quiet. Then another message appeared. "Why aren't you asleep?" I felt my pulse hammering. They were watching. They had been watching this whole time. I turned off my lights, shut my curtains, locked my bedroom door. My body felt like it was running on pure adrenaline, my fingers trembling as I typed a response. "Leave me alone. I'm reporting this to the police." The 3 dots appeared, typing. Then another picture. I felt cold all over. It was my bedroom window, taken from outside. I called the police. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely press the buttons. The dispatcher answered, her voice calm, routine. 911, what's your emergency?" "There's someone outside my apartment," I said, my voice shaking. I gave her my address, told her about the photo, the fake account, the stalking. "Stay inside, keep your doors locked. Officers are on the way," she said. I stood in my dark room, my back pressed against the wall, listening. I didn't hear anything. No footsteps, no movement. Just the faint hum of my phone vibrating in my hand, the screen lighting up with a new notification. Another message. From the fake account. "You called the cops. That wasn't very smart." My breath hitched. I turned my phone off and stood there in the dark, counting the seconds until I heard the sound of police sirens. The officers arrived 10 minutes later. They checked the area, searched the parking lot, even walked around the building. Nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no suspicious cars. One of them, Officer Reynolds, asked me to show him the account. I hesitated before unlocking my phone, my stomach twisting. I opened the app and froze. The account was gone. Completely wiped. No username, no messages, nothing. Like it had never existed. Reynolds sighed, rubbing his forehead. "You said this has been happening for how long?" "Since yesterday," I said weakly. "I swear the account was here. It was messaging me. It sent me pictures from outside." He nodded, but I could tell he was skeptical. "This could be a prank. A burner account someone made to mess with you," he said. "Since they deleted it, there's not much we can do unless they make contact again." I felt frustration boiling in my chest. They were outside my window. "We'll file a report," he assured me. "If anything else happens, call us immediately." I nodded, but it didn't make me feel any safer. They left, and I was alone again, I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, listening. For footsteps, for breathing, for anything. The night dragged on, every shadow in my apartment stretching too long, every creak of the building making my skin crawl. But nothing happened. No knocks at the door. No new messages. By morning, I started to convince myself that maybe, just maybe, it was over. Maybe whoever had been tormenting me got scared when I called the cops. Maybe they were done. Then, at 7:46 a.m., I got a notification. A new account had followed me. The username was almost identical to the last one, just with a slight variation. And they had already posted something. I felt my hands go numb as I clicked on it. A photo. My bedroom. Taken from inside my apartment. While I was asleep, I don't remember grabbing my bag or my keys. I don't remember locking the door behind me. I just remember running. My legs felt numb. My breath came in sharp bursts, but I didn't stop. I made it down the stairwell of my apartment complex, out into the open air, the morning light feeling too harsh, too unreal. I wasn't safe in there. Whoever was behind this hadn't just been watching me. They had been inside. I called the police again from my car, my fingers trembling so badly that I could barely hold the phone. The dispatcher sounded the same as before, calm, detached, routine. "I need help," I gasped. "Someone broke into my apartment. They took a picture of me while I was sleeping. I just saw it online. I don't know how they got in." "Are you in a safe location?" "I think so." "Stay there. Officers are on the way." I hung up and sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. My front door had been locked this morning. There were no broken windows, no signs of a break-in, which meant they never left. The police arrived in less than 10 minutes. This time, they took me seriously. 2 officers, Reynolds and Carter, checked my apartment. They went room by room, searching for any sign of forced entry, for anything missing. They found nothing. The locks were intact. The windows were still latched. No footprints, no signs of anyone being there except me. But someone had been there. Reynolds looked uneasy as he flipped through his notepad. "You said the photo was posted this morning?" I nodded. "And the account? It's gone?" I swallowed hard. "Yeah, just like last time." Carter glanced at the security camera above my apartment door. "Does your building have surveillance footage?" I exhaled sharply. Why hadn't I thought of that? "Yes," I said. "The property manager has access." Reynolds nodded. "We'll get the footage. In the meantime, we suggest staying somewhere else for the night." I didn't argue. I wasn't stepping foot back in that apartment until I knew who had been inside. I stayed at a hotel that night, the kind with 2 bright hallways and generic artwork on the walls. The second I locked the door behind me, I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at my phone. No new messages, no new accounts, no notifications. But I knew it wasn't over. It didn't feel over. The silence felt worse than the messages. I left the bedside lamp on as I lay down, my body stiff with exhaustion. I was too wired to sleep, but at some point my mind shut down, and I drifted off into a restless half-dream. Then my phone buzzed. I woke up instantly, my heart pounding. 3:12 a.m. I reached for my phone, my hands shaking. There was a new notification, a message. Not from an unknown number. Not from a fake account. From my own phone. I felt sick as I opened it. It was a picture. Not of my apartment. Not of my car. Not of the hotel room I was in right now. It was an old photo of me. From years ago. I recognized it instantly. It was from my 18th birthday. A group picture, me in the center, laughing. But as I stared at the image, my stomach twisted. Someone had been edited into it. A figure stood in the background, blurred slightly, as if they had always been there. A man. Tall, thin, dressed in dark clothing. His face was too pale, too stretched, his eyes too empty. Like a badly photoshopped ghost. But this wasn't just a random edit. The original picture had been taken on a disposable camera. There was no digital version. I never uploaded it. I never scanned it. I never posted it anywhere. So how the hell did they have it? I didn't sleep. I sat there in the dim light of the hotel room, my pulse pounding in my ears, the phone clutched in my trembling hands. I had thought this was just stalking. I had thought someone had hacked my accounts, stolen my pictures, followed me online. But this was something else. They had been watching me for longer than I realized. Maybe even before I ever noticed. The police called me the next afternoon. Reynolds' voice was tense. We got the security footage. I straightened, gripping the edge of the hotel desk, and a pause. Then, you need to come down to the station. The footage wasn't what I expected. It didn't show someone breaking into my apartment. It didn't show a masked figure sneaking inside. What it showed was me. At 2:43 a.m., I left my apartment. Alone. I walked down the hall, out of the building, into the parking lot. I stood there for almost 20 minutes. Then I turned around, went back inside, and locked the door behind me. I watched the footage in horrified silence. I had no memory of this. I never left my apartment. I was asleep. I felt cold all over. Reynolds exhaled, rubbing his temples. Are you on any medication? Sleepwalking history? I shook my head, my hands gripping the chair. Number nothing. Carter leaned forward. This isn't just about someone online. This isn't just an impersonation. Someone. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Someone has been inside your life for longer than you think. I swallowed hard. What do I do? The officers exchanged a look. Then Reynolds sighed. You disappear. I don't use social media anymore. I don't post pictures. I don't keep accounts. I wiped everything, moved to another city, changed my number. But it still doesn't feel like enough. Because sometimes when I'm walking alone, I swear I feel eyes on me. Sometimes I wake up at 3:12 a.m., drenched in sweat, my heart racing, with the feeling that I just came back from somewhere. And sometimes, when I check my phone, I see a notification from an account that doesn't exist. A single message. You can't run forever. I'll find you again soon. And attached, another picture of me, from a moment I don't remember. I'd always enjoyed the solitude of camping alone. Something about being surrounded by mountains and dense forests, miles away from the chaos of everyday life, offered me a sense of peace that few things could match. So, when I decided to spend a week deep in the northern woods, far from any known hiking trail or campsite, it didn't feel reckless, it felt liberating. The first 2 days passed smoothly. The mornings were crisp and clear, filled with fresh mountain air, and the evenings brought tranquil sunsets that painted the sky in shades of orange and purple. My days were spent hiking along rocky ridges, exploring hidden creeks, and enjoying the profound silence that only true wilderness can provide. By nightfall, I'd sit near my small fire, sipping hot tea, perfectly content in my own company. But on the third evening, just as darkness began to creep through the trees, something changed. I was preparing my dinner, cooking over a small flame, when a sudden inexplicable chill ran down my spine. Goosebumps pricked my skin, and an uncomfortable sensation settled in my chest, a feeling of being watched. I glanced around, expecting to see perhaps a curious animal or another hiker passing through. But instead, my eyes settled on a strange figure standing perfectly still at the edge of the tree line, just beyond the reach of my fire's dim glow. The shape was human, tall and slender, shrouded entirely in a long, dark cloak. Its face remained obscured in deep shadow, unmoving. Confused but still calm, I raised my hand slowly, offering a polite wave. "Hello?" I called out cautiously. "You lost? Need something?" The figure remained perfectly still, not acknowledging me in any way. For a moment, I wondered if my eyes were playing tricks, that perhaps it was simply a trick of the fading light. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, but when I looked again, the cloaked figure was still there, motionless and silent. Unnerved, I turned away, forcing myself to continue cooking dinner as if nothing were amiss. Perhaps it was another camper keeping to themselves, or someone unfamiliar with wilderness etiquette. Either way, I tried not to let my imagination get the better of me. As darkness deepened and my meal finished cooking, I glanced nervously back toward the tree line. The figure was still there, exactly in the same spot, posture unchanged. My stomach tightened uncomfortably. Rationalizing became harder with each passing moment. Why wasn't it moving? And why wouldn't it respond? After eating quickly, I retreated into my tent, zipping the flap tightly behind me. The thin nylon walls offered little comfort against whatever was lurking out there, but I hoped they would provide at least a small sense of security. I lay awake for hours, ears straining for any sound beyond the gentle rustling of leaves or the occasional distant animal call. Then it started soft at first, barely audible, a slow, deliberate scratching on the fabric of my tent. My heart raced as I sat bolt upright, holding my breath. The scratching grew louder, circling slowly around the tent, almost teasingly. It sounded like fingernails dragging lightly against the nylon surface, delicate but purposeful. "Who's there?" I called out shakily, my voice cracking with fear. The scratching abruptly stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence. Minutes dragged by painfully, each one feeling longer than the last. Just as I began to believe it had finally ended, a voice broke the silence, a voice so flat, so devoid of emotion, it sounded entirely unnatural. "Help," the voice said evenly, almost mechanically. "Help me." The words sent an ice-cold shiver through my entire body. Something about them felt profoundly wrong, as though spoken by someone or something that didn't fully understand their meaning. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice trembling. "What's wrong?" There was a brief pause before the same flat voice repeated itself, completely identical in tone and pitch. "Help," it said again, clearer this time, chillingly calm. "Help me." I knew instinctively not to respond again, every nerve screaming that this was not a plea from someone genuinely in distress. This was something else, a lure, a trap, or perhaps something worse. I stayed silent, pulling my sleeping bag tightly around me, trembling uncontrollably as I stared at the tent flap, half expecting it to unzip at any moment. Eventually, the voice stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I sat awake, gripping my small knife tightly, waiting desperately for dawn. Every shadow that shifted, every faint rustle outside my tent made my pulse quicken painfully, my imagination conjuring countless horrors in the darkness beyond. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the forest canopy, relief flooded my body. I quickly gathered my belongings, refusing to spend another moment in this place. With shaking hands, I took down my tent, eyes constantly darting toward the edge of the clearing where I'd seen the figure the previous night. But as I prepared to leave, I felt compelled almost against my will to glance back toward the tree line, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was still standing there, exactly as it had been before, motionless, silent, the dark cloak blending perfectly into the shadowy forest behind it. It hadn't moved all night. I backed away slowly, then turned and hurried down the narrow trail leading away from the campsite. Each step brought me closer to safety, but fear still gripped my chest tightly. Glancing back one final time as I reached the ridge overlooking the clearing, my blood ran cold again. The figure remained in place, unmoving and silent, staring directly toward me even at this distance. I never went back to those mountains. Months later, after trying to forget, I finally researched the area I'd chosen for my solo trip. Locals had countless stories, strange disappearances, unsettling sightings, voices calling out from the darkness, all attributed to something ancient and sinister that wandered those woods. Some called it a skinwalker, others a restless spirit mimicking human cries to lure travelers off their paths. But whatever it was, I know one thing with absolute certainty. The silent man in the woods had chosen me that night, and only pure instinct had kept me from answering its call. Weeks passed, but the memory of the silent figure in the woods lingered like a shadow in my mind. No matter how much I tried to rationalize it away, the terror I felt that night refused to fade. I often found myself awake in the early hours, eyes wide open in the darkness, listening carefully, half expecting to hear that emotionless voice whispering again, "Help, help me." I avoided hiking and camping, even in familiar places, afraid that whatever I'd encountered might find me again. Friends noticed my withdrawal and worriedly asked if I was okay. I lied, blaming work stress and fatigue, never mentioning the figure or the unsettling night in the mountains. How could I explain something even I barely understood? As time went on, sleep became increasingly difficult. Dreams haunted me, filled with vivid images of the cloaked figure silently watching from the trees. Sometimes I'd awaken drenched in cold sweat, certain that the scratching sound was back only to find my bedroom empty and still. I became obsessed with understanding what I'd encountered. Driven by desperation, I finally began researching local folklore, hoping to find answers that might explain my experience. Hours turned into days as I dug through stories online and in old library archives, discovering unsettling legends about the remote mountains I'd visited. Repeatedly, I came across stories from locals who warned about a strange entity that haunted those woods. Some described it as a trickster, a creature capable of mimicking human voices to lure unsuspecting travelers away from safety. Others spoke in hushed whispers about skinwalkers, beings from ancient folklore known to disguise themselves as animals or humans, using familiar voices to deceive their victims. Each account chilled me deeply. The descriptions matched my experience perfectly. The shadowed figure, the emotionless mimicry, the persistent scratching. Whatever I'd encountered was not human. The realization filled me with dread. I'd unknowingly come face to face with something ancient and dangerous. Yet somehow, learning about these legends also gave me a strange comfort. At least now I had an explanation, however terrifying. Perhaps I could finally put the experience behind me, now that I understood what I'd encountered. But deep down, I knew this wasn't over. One evening, months after my initial encounter, as I walked home from work through familiar streets, the sense of being watched returned without warning. My skin prickled instantly. I glanced around nervously, searching for anything unusual, but the street was empty, dimly lit by flickering streetlights. Still, the feeling persisted. Someone, or something, was observing me carefully. Increasing my pace, I quickly turned down the street toward my apartment building, heart racing anxiously. The air felt colder, heavier somehow. Behind me, faintly at first, came the slow and unmistakable sound of footsteps, steady, deliberate, matching my own rhythm perfectly. Panic surged through me, memories of the forest returning sharply. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see the cloaked figure from the woods, standing beneath a street lamp, silently waiting. But there was nothing there, just empty pavement and shadows. Yet the footsteps persisted, always just out of sight, following at a careful distance. I reached my building, nearly stumbling up the steps in my rush. Once inside, I quickly locked my door, double-checking every lock twice. My apartment was silent and dark, familiar yet now strangely foreboding. I stood quietly, breathing heavily, listening carefully. Outside, the footsteps had stopped, replaced by silence that felt unnatural and tense. I spent the rest of the night sitting awake in my living room, lights on, gripping a kitchen knife in trembling hands. Hours passed slowly, each minute an agonizing wait for something to happen. But nothing did. Eventually, exhausted and shaken, I drifted into a restless sleep on the couch, dreams filled once again with shadowy figures lurking silently nearby. The next morning, I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the area carefully. Everything seemed normal. The street was peaceful, neighbors heading to work, cars moving casually down the road. Perhaps I'd imagined it, my nerves frayed from weeks of tension. Still, I couldn't shake the lingering feeling that I was no longer safe, even in my own home. The following days brought no relief. Wherever I went, the sense of being watched intensified steadily, a constant pressure on my nerves. Sometimes, walking through crowded streets, I'd catch brief glimpses of someone watching me from a distance, a fleeting shape standing motionless, disappearing when I tried to focus on it. At night, strange noises became frequent, soft whispers, scratching sounds outside my windows, tapping on walls. I began doubting my sanity, questioning everything around me. Finally, after weeks of this torment, I knew I had to confront the source directly. If the figure from the mountains had somehow followed me home, hiding would never resolve the issue. I had to return to the forest, to the very place where it began, and face whatever I'd awoken there. Against every instinct, I drove back toward those isolated mountains, dread growing stronger with every mile. By the time I parked at the familiar trailhead, my hands trembled uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed my flashlight, a backpack, and slowly walked down the trail toward the place I'd first encountered the silent figure. The forest was just as I'd remembered, dark, heavy with oppressive silence. Twilight faded quickly, shadows stretching across the ground as darkness swallowed the landscape. My heart pounded painfully, each step an effort of willpower. Soon, I arrived at the clearing, the same campsite from that terrifying night. Everything was quiet, empty, but it felt as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. "I know you're here," I shouted, voice shaking but determined. "Show yourself." Silence greeted me again, but then, as if responding to my challenge, movement caught my eye at the edge of the clearing. The cloaked figure stepped forward slowly from the shadows, exactly as before, silent, calm, and still. "Why are you following me?" I demanded desperately, anger mixing with fear. "What do you want?" The figure tilted its head slightly, as if curious, then spoke, its voice flat, emotionless, exactly as I'd heard before. "Help," it said softly, mimicking my own voice now. "Help me." Chills surged down my spine. It knew my voice perfectly, imitating me without effort. Gathering all my courage, I stepped closer, flashlight trembling as I aimed the beam directly at its face beneath the dark hood. I recoiled instantly. Its features were distorted, wrong skin pale and stretched thin, eyes hollow, empty voids. Its expression was utterly vacant, yet something malevolent lingered there, something that filled me with profound terror. "You can't have me," I whispered shakily, stepping backward slowly. "Leave me alone." For a long moment, the figure stared silently, its empty eyes unblinking. Then gradually, it stepped back into the shadows again, vanishing completely into darkness. Relief flooded my butte. I knew it wasn't truly gone. This thing, whatever it was, had marked me. It might retreat briefly, but it would always linger nearby, silently waiting. Returning home again, exhausted and drained, I knew my life would never be the same. The figure in the woods wasn't human, perhaps. It never had been. It existed beyond understanding, a being older and darker than I could imagine. And now, I lived each day knowing it still watched me patiently from the shadows, whispering softly in my own voice, forever reminding me, "Help me, help me." After my final encounter in the woods, the silent figure haunted every waking moment of my life. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but the feeling of being watched never truly faded. I grew more withdrawn, avoiding friends and family, terrified that somehow the presence might latch onto someone else or worse, reveal itself openly. I knew I couldn't live this way indefinitely. Sleep had become rare and restless. Exhaustion clouded my judgment. My life had been reduced to a constant state of fear, and I felt that eventually the thing would claim me entirely. Desperate for answers and a permanent solution, I reached out to a local historian who specialized in folklore and paranormal phenomena. Her name was Dr. Evelyn Carter, a calm and knowledgeable woman who listened carefully to every detail I shared about my experiences. I showed her notes I'd written, sketches I'd made from every shred of evidence I could gather. She examined everything thoughtfully, nodding slowly as if something resonated deeply within her. "You aren't the first," she finally said, her eyes serious. "There are accounts like yours going back generations, all tied to that particular stretch of mountains. It's a place where people go missing or worse. You're lucky to have escaped." "What is it?" I asked, my voice trembling. "How do I stop it from following me?" Dr. Carter sighed gently, looking out the window for a moment before turning back to me. "It's known by many names. Some call it a skinwalker, others call it a mimic. In every story it chooses someone, fixating on them relentlessly. It can mimic voices perfectly, even appearances, luring its victim into isolation until they're vulnerable enough to claim. Once it attaches itself, it rarely lets go." "Rarely?" I echoed anxiously. "So there is a way." "There's a belief," she said carefully, "that confronting it directly, facing your fear, can sever its hold. But it requires strength. If it senses doubt or weakness, it only grows stronger." I thought about her words for days afterward. Could I really face it again, knowing what it was capable of? Yet deep down, I knew it was my only hope for freedom. Determined, I prepared carefully this time, gathering courage alongside practical supplies. Doctor. Carter insisted on joining me, arguing that she'd spent her life studying this phenomenon and couldn't allow me to face it alone. Initially, I refused, unwilling to put her at risk, but her confidence and reassurance finally convinced me. Together, we returned to the mountains, exactly to the campsite where the nightmare first began. My pulse raced anxiously, each step heavy with dread, yet Dr. Carter remained calm and steady beside me. By sunset, we reached the clearing, quickly setting up a small campfire, determined to face whatever appeared. As darkness swallowed the forest, silence thickened around us, oppressive and tense. I could feel it, the presence, observing carefully from the shadows, waiting patiently. My heart pounded relentlessly, but this time I refused to look away or hide. "I'm here," I called out clearly, standing firmly by the fire. "I'm not running anymore." Seconds ticked by slowly, painfully. Then, movement at the tree line drew my gaze instantly. The figure stepped forward, just as before, silent, cloaked, and terrifyingly familiar. Dr. Carter remained beside me, her expression calm but alert. "I know what you are," I stated firmly, voice steady despite the fear pounding in my chest. "You can't mimic or trick me anymore." The figure stopped, tilted its head slightly, as if confused by my sudden confidence. It spoke again, using my voice perfectly cold, flat, devoid of feeling. "Help me." "No," I replied firmly, taking a step forward. "I'm done being afraid of you." Dr. Carter remained silent, observing closely, holding a small leather-bound journal tightly in her hand. "It feeds off your fear," she whispered calmly. "Don't give it power." The figure moved slightly closer, face still hidden beneath its dark hood, yet I could sense hesitation in its stance now. It raised a pale, slender hand slowly, pointing directly at me, voice shifting subtly, becoming deeper, distorted. "You belong here," it growled softly, voice now alien and guttural, sending chills down my spine. "No," I repeated louder, anger overtaking fear. "I don't belong to you." The figure faltered slightly, stepping backward into the shadows again. For the first time, I sensed vulnerability beneath its terrifying exterior. Encouraged, I stepped closer still, heart pounding defiantly. "You chose me because I was alone and afraid," I said clearly, confronting it directly. "But I'm not anymore. You have no power over me now." Slowly, the figure retreated further, its shape blending gradually into the darkness, voice weakening, fading into whispers. "Help me," it pleaded softly, voice dissolving into silence, vanishing entirely. For several moments, Dr. Carter and I stood motionless, listening intently. The oppressive weight of the forest lifted gradually, replaced by normal sounds, leaves rustling gently, insects softly chirping. The tension faded. Peace settled quietly around us again. "Is it gone?" I whispered finally, still half expecting it to return. Dr. Carter nodded gently. "You took back control. Without fear, it can't hold on to you. It'll seek someone weaker, someone who doesn't know. Leaving the woods that final time, relief filled me completely. Weeks later, sleep finally returned to normal, nightmares replaced by peaceful dreams. The figure never reappeared. The sensation of being watched faded permanently. My life gradually resumed its ordinary rhythms, richer now for having faced something truly terrifying and survived. Yet I couldn't forget entirely. I became closer to Dr. Carter, working alongside her occasionally, helping others haunted by similar fears. One evening, years later, as we sat quietly by her fireplace, Dr. Carter looked thoughtfully into the flames, her eyes serious yet peaceful. "Do you think it'll ever return?" I asked carefully, voicing a lingering fear I'd buried deeply. She shook her head gently. "Not for you," she said reassuringly. "You've broken its hold completely. But there will always be others who wander into those woods unknowingly, drawn by curiosity or solitude. Our job is to make sure they understand the risks." I understood now. I'd faced something ancient, something deeply terrifying, and survived. But the figure in the woods would always be waiting, watching silently from shadows, patiently seeking another lonely, frightened soul. The thought saddened me briefly, but ultimately I felt empowered, having conquered my own deepest fears. I'd won my life back, forever freed from the shadow that had once threatened to consume me entirely. And though the figure might linger eternally in the darkness, waiting for another victim, it would never again haunt me. I'd faced it head on, reclaimed my strength, and emerged stronger than ever. For me, the nightmare had truly ended. I never considered myself the paranoid type. I had always been careful. Sure, I locked my doors, kept my head up when walking alone, and never lingered too long in parking lots at night, but I never truly felt unsafe. Until that night. It was a Wednesday, and I had stopped at a shopping center after work. I needed a few things: groceries, some toiletries, nothing major. The place was one of those sprawling retail plazas, the kind where the stores were arranged in a horseshoe around a massive open parking lot. By the time I finished shopping, it was almost 9:30 p.m. Most of the stores were still open, but the lot had thinned out, a few cars here and there scattered under the tall, humming streetlights. Mine was parked near the back, close to a faded yellow curb that separated the main parking area from an older, overgrown lot that had been fenced off years ago. I walked toward my car, juggling my bags, already thinking about getting home and kicking off my shoes, but then I saw it. A small piece of folded paper, tucked neatly under my windshield wiper. I hesitated, balancing the bags in one arm as I reached for it. I figured it was a flyer, maybe a coupon from one of the stores, some advertising junk. But when I unfolded it, I felt my stomach drop. "You were almost mine." 5 words. Nothing else. No signature, no explanation. My pulse slowed to a crawl, then sped up all at once. I whipped my head around, scanning the parking lot. A few cars, a couple getting into their SUV near the entrance of a department store. No one nearby.
At least no one that I could see. A tight, suffocating pressure settled in my chest. I glanced down at the note again, my fingers gripping the edges of the paper, creasing it slightly. What the hell was this? A joke? Some sick attempt at messing with a random stranger? I shoved the note into my pocket, my hands suddenly clammy. Then I unlocked my car, threw my bags into the passenger seat, and got inside. The second I shut the door, I locked it. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, trying to shake the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine. I took a deep breath, calmed down. Then I did something I never usually did. I checked my dash cam footage. The camera had been running the whole time I was inside the store. I barely ever checked it, but I had bought it for a reason just in case. The footage loaded on my phone, a grainy but clear view of the front of my car. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. The screen just showed the empty parking lot, the faint glow of the streetlights reflecting off my windshield. Then at 9:17 p.m., movement. A figure stepped into view. My breath caught in my throat. It was a man. He wasn't walking past like a normal person would. He lingered, standing near my car, just barely out of the camera's direct view, for a full 15 minutes. He never walked away, never moved to another car. Just stood there, watching. I felt like my body had been dunked in ice water. I paused the footage, my finger hovering over the screen. He was blurry far enough from the camera that his features weren't clear, but I could see enough. Dark pants, a hoodie pulled up shadowing his face, and his posture. Something about it was wrong. Not relaxed, not casual, stiff, intentional. Like he was waiting. I pressed play. At 9:32 p.m. he moved. He stepped toward my car, closer than before. I could see the slight movement of his arm. He was placing the note. Then, without hesitation, he turned and walked off. He didn't run, didn't hesitate. Just vanished into the dark edges of the parking lot. I had always thought of stalking as something that happened to other people. Something you heard about in crime stories, something that happened to women who had public social media accounts or exes who couldn't let go. But this was different. This wasn't someone I knew. This was a random man in a parking lot. And that was somehow worse. I sat in my car for what felt like forever, gripping my phone so hard my knuckles turned white. Then I made a decision. I wasn't going home. Not yet. I was going to the police station. The station was a 15-minute drive from the shopping center. I barely remembered getting there. My mind kept replaying the footage, those still moments where he just stood there, waiting. I parked and walked inside, trying to keep my breathing steady. The officer at the front desk looked up as I approached. He was in his 40s, stocky, with tired eyes, and a coffee cup that looked permanently attached to his hand. "Can I help you?" I took the note out of my pocket, unfolding it carefully before sliding it across the counter. His expression didn't change, but his eyes flicked across the words. Then I placed my phone down and played the footage. His face did change then. He straightened slightly, setting his coffee down. You said this happened tonight. I nodded. About an hour ago. I found the note when I got back to my car. He frowned, staring at the screen as the hooded man stood there, motionless. He rewound the footage, watched it again. Then he looked at me. You ever seen this guy before? No, I said. Never. He didn't respond right away. Instead, he grabbed a notepad and pen. Okay, he said, I'm going to need you to fill out a statement, and I'll need a copy of the footage. I nodded, still feeling like this wasn't really happening. But it was. The note was real. The man was real. And now the police were involved. As I filled out the statement, I heard the officer speaking quietly to another cop behind the desk. I only caught a few words. Shopping center. Suspicious activity. Not the first time. That made my stomach turn. I looked up. Has this happened before? The officer hesitated, then finally he sighed. Similar reports, yeah, he admitted. Not exactly the same, but... He gestured at the note. Enough to take it seriously. My hands went cold. So what do? I asked. The officer exhaled through his nose. For now, be careful. Change up your routine. Don't park in that lot alone at night. And if you see anything or anyone suspicious... His eyes met mine. Call us, immediately. I swallowed hard, nodding. I left the station feeling worse than when I arrived. Because this wasn't just some random incident. This had happened before, and I had a sick feeling it was going to happen again. I couldn't even sleep that night. Even though I had locked every door and checked the windows twice, I still lay in bed, wide awake, staring at the dark ceiling. Every little sound outside made my skin crawl. A car passing by, the creak of my apartment settling it all set my nerves on edge. I kept picturing the man from the footage, the way he just stood there, unmoving, how he wasn't in a rush, how he acted like he had all the time in the world. And the note. You were almost mine. The words replayed over and over in my head until I finally drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I checked my phone before even getting out of bed. There was an email from the officer I spoke to last night. He had attached a report number and confirmed that they were reviewing my dashcam footage. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. I kept thinking about what the officer had said at the station. Similar reports. I sat up slowly, rubbing my face. I knew I wasn't going to be able to focus on anything until I had more information. So, I started searching. I pulled out my laptop and opened a few local news sites. At first, I didn't find much. A couple of vague crime reports about thefts in the area, nothing that matched what had happened to me. Then, I tried something different. I typed in, shopping center parking lot suspicious activity. And that's when I found it. An old Reddit post from 6 months ago. It was buried in a thread about weird encounters, posted by some user whose name had been deleted. The title made my stomach tighten. Strange man in parking lot note left on my car. I clicked on it. The post was short. I was leaving a grocery store late at night. When I got to my car, there was a note on my windshield. It just said, I see you. I thought it was a joke, but when I checked my dash cam, I saw a guy standing near my car. He never moved. He just stood there for almost 20 minutes, watching it. The police didn't do much, just said I should be careful. Has anyone else had this happen? There were only a few replies. Some people called it a prank. Others said it could have been an attempted robbery. But one comment stood out. Happened to me too, except my note said, next time. I closed my laptop. My hands felt cold. This wasn't just a one-time thing. I decided I wasn't going to sit around and wait for something else to happen. I drove back to the shopping center that afternoon, pulling into a different area of the lot than where I had parked the night before. The bright sunlight made the whole thing feel less terrifying, but I still couldn't shake the unease in my chest. I sat in my car for a few minutes, just watching. People came and went, pushing carts, loading their trunks, checking their phones as they walked. Nothing suspicious. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then I spotted a security guard near the entrance of the grocery store. I took a breath and got out of the car. The guard was standing near a set of carts, a coffee in one hand. He looked to be in his late 40s, a little overweight, with a name tag that read Henderson. I approached, trying to sound casual. "Hey, excuse me," I said. He turned, giving me a polite nod. "Need help with something?" I hesitated. Actually, yeah, I had something weird happen here last night. His expression didn't change, but I noticed his posture shift slightly. "What kind of weird?" he asked. I pulled out my phone and showed him a picture of the note. Henderson exhaled through his nose, his lips pressing into a thin line. "Yeah," he muttered, "that's not the first time." I felt my stomach drop. "So, you've seen this before?" He nodded, taking a sip of coffee. "We've had a few people report stuff like this, usually notes left on windshields, no real pattern. Some customers say they notice someone watching them, but by the time we check the cameras, he's gone." I swallowed. "He?" Henderson looked at me. "We think it's the same guy. Security footage always shows someone lurking around, never too close, always out of focus. We report it when we can, but unless he actually does something, there's not much we can do." I glanced around the parking lot. "So, what am I supposed to do?" He sighed. "Be careful. Don't come here alone at night, and if you see anything, report it immediately." That wasn't as reassuring as I had hoped. I thanked him and walked back to my car, feeling no better than before. As I pulled out of the lot, I checked my rear-view mirror. For just a split second, I thought I saw someone standing near the tree line, just beyond the fence of the old abandoned lot. I blinked, and he was gone. That night, I locked every door in my apartment twice. I even left a light on in the hallway, something I hadn't done since I was a kid. I tried to distract myself with television, scrolling through my phone, anything to push the thought of that note out of my mind. It didn't work. At 11:47 p.m., my phone buzzed. I grabbed it immediately, expecting an email from the police, or maybe Chris checking in. But it was a text. From an unknown number. 3 words. "Did you like it?" A chill ran down my spine. I sat up straight, my breath catching in my throat. Before I could even process what was happening, another message came through. "You looked right at me today." My fingers shook as I hit the call button, dialing 911 without even thinking. The dispatcher answered immediately. "What's your emergency?" I tried to steady my voice. 2 was at the police station earlier. I reported a note left on my car. Someone just texted me about it. I think they're watching me. She asked for my name and address. I gave it to her. Then, as I was speaking, another message popped up on my screen. It was a picture. A photo of me, taken from inside my car. The timestamp from earlier that afternoon when I was sitting in the parking lot. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The dispatcher's voice pulled me back. "Are you somewhere safe?" I swallowed hard, forcing myself to speak. "2, think so. We're sending an officer to your location now. Stay inside. Keep the doors locked." I nodded, gripping my phone like a lifeline. I didn't move until I heard the sirens in the distance. Still, I had the sinking feeling that no matter how many locks I checked, it wouldn't be enough. The officer who showed up at my apartment was younger than I expected, maybe late 20s, early 30s. His name tag read Martinez, and his expression was neutral, but his eyes were sharp. He scanned the hallway behind me before stepping inside, as if checking to make sure I was actually alone. I didn't waste time. I pulled out my phone and handed it to him, showing the texts and the picture. He scrolled through them silently, his brow furrowing deeper the more he read. "You're sure you don't know this number?" he asked. I shook my head. I tried calling it, but it doesn't ring. Just goes straight to a dead line. Martinez exhaled, rubbing a hand over his jaw. That usually means a burner phone, either prepaid or an app-generated number. I clenched my fists. "So that means they planned this, right?" His lips pressed into a thin line. "It means they don't want to be traced." That didn't make me feel any better. He handed my phone back. "Do you have security cameras in your building?" "No," I admitted. "Just a buzzer at the front entrance." He nodded, pulling out a small notepad. "Any idea how they got the picture of you?" I shook my head. I didn't see anyone. I was in my car, parked near the shopping center, just watching the lot. Martinez frowned. "So they had to be close, probably inside another car." I swallowed hard, but I looked around. I didn't see anyone. "That's the thing about people who do this." He tapped his pen against the notepad, thinking. "They're careful. They make sure you don't see them." A wave of nausea rolled through me. "Did you notice the same cars near you when you were parked?" he continued. "Any vehicles that didn't seem to move for a long time?" I tried to think back. The more I replayed the moment in my head, the more I realized how much I hadn't been paying attention. I had been so focused on watching the store entrance, looking for someone suspicious on foot, that I never thought to check the parked cars. Martinez seemed to read my expression. "It's okay if you don't remember now. If you go back there, keep an eye out. People like this, they don't usually stop after one message." A cold weight settled in my stomach. So what do I do? He sighed. "I'm going to file a report and add your number to a list in case anything else comes up related to this." He met my eyes. But I won't lie to you. Unless this person actually makes a direct threat or tries to approach you, there's not a lot we can do. I exhaled slowly, trying to push down my frustration. So that's it? For now, yeah. He hesitated. If it makes you feel safer, you could stay somewhere else for a few nights. Friend's place, family. I thought about it. Then I thought about Devon, about how he had disappeared after the trip to the mountains, about how sometimes leaving didn't mean you actually got away. I shook my head. I'm not running from this. Not yet. Martinez studied me for a moment, then nodded. Then just be careful, and if anything happens, again anything, you call us. Immediately. I promised I would. Even though I had the sinking feeling it wouldn't be that easy. I didn't go into work the next day. I told my boss I wasn't feeling well, but really, I couldn't focus on anything else. I kept checking my phone, expecting another message, another picture. But nothing came. By afternoon, I felt restless. I kept thinking about what Martinez had said, how people like this were careful, how they didn't want to be seen. And that made me wonder. Had they followed me before? Had they been watching me for longer than I realized? I decided to retrace my steps. I drove back to the shopping center, this time in broad daylight. The parking lot was busy, cars weaving in and out, people moving quickly in and out of stores. I pulled into a spot near where I had parked that night, but not the exact same one. Then I sat in my car watching, just like before. The difference was, this time, I wasn't looking for people walking. I was looking at the cars. A few minutes passed. Then I noticed it. A black sedan, 2 rows ahead of me, facing my direction. It wasn't doing anything suspicious, but it hadn't moved. Not once. The driver was inside, but their windows were tinted just enough that I couldn't make out their face. I turned slightly, pretending to check my phone, but really, I was watching their side mirror. They weren't just sitting there. They were watching me. My chest tightened. I forced myself to breathe, to think clearly. This was it. This was my chance to get proof. I reached for my phone and opened my camera, pretending to scroll. Then I pressed record. I turned slightly, making sure the screen was angled toward the car. I stayed like that for 5 minutes, and the sedan never moved. I was sure now. They weren't waiting for someone. They were waiting for me. I took one last deep breath and, without hesitation, I stepped out of my car. The moment I did, the sedan's engine started. I froze. It reversed out of the spot so quickly that the tires screeched against the pavement. I barely had time to react before it pulled onto the main road, speeding away. By the time I got back into my car and tried to follow, it was already gone. But I had it on camera. I pulled into a different parking lot and called Martinez immediately. "I saw them," I said, as soon as he answered. "They were watching me." His tone sharpened. "Where?" I explained what had happened. Then I sent him the footage. I could hear him clicking on his keyboard, pulling it up. A long pause. Then he sighed. Plates are covered. Figures. I gripped the wheel, frustration boiling in my chest. But it's something, right? It's something, he admitted. I'll send this to the team, see if we can match it with any other cases. I hesitated before asking the next question. Do you think they'll try again? Martinez was quiet for a moment. Then he said, I don't know, but listen, these people, they don't like attention. They like to stay in the dark. If they think you're onto them, it might scare them off. Might. I swallowed hard. Either way, he continued, keep your guard up, and if you see that car again, I call you. Immediately. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Stay safe, he said. Then the line went dead. I sat there for a long time, gripping my phone. There was no way of knowing if I had scared them off, or if I had just pushed them further into the dark. Still to this day, I don't know who they were or what they wanted. But I do know one thing. I will never park in that lot alone again. And if I ever see that black sedan again, I am not sticking around to find out what happens next.